Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Vacancy Denied, The Unseen Guests. I never thought a place like the Sundown Motel could feel so empty, even when it was full. I'd been driving for hours, the sun dipping low but not quite gone, and the landscape had thinned out into stretches of cracked asphalt and dry scrub. The motel's neon sign buzzed faintly, casting an orange glow that flickered like it was about to quit. The words vacancy and rooms blinked unevenly, as if the sign itself was uncertain about its own message. That should have been my first clue to turn around, but I was tired, and the last thing I wanted was to keep driving through the night. The office smelled of stale coffee and something faintly metallic, like old pennies left too long in a jar. The walls were painted a pale yellow that had faded unevenly. Some sections looked almost white, others stained with age or neglect. A small fan spun lazily in the corner, its hum barely masking the occasional creak of the building settling. I could taste dust on my tongue, and the air was dry enough to make my throat scratchy. I was greeted by a woman behind the counter, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, a few strands loose and curling around her face. She wore a faded blue uniform shirt, the kind you'd expect from a motel that hadn't seen a real renovation since the 70s. Her smile was polite but distant, like she was used to nodding at strangers passing through and then forgetting them by the time they left. "Room for one?" she asked without looking up from the ledger she was flipping through. "Yeah. Just for the night." My voice sounded rough, maybe because I hadn't talked much in the last few hours. She nodded, tapping a pen against the counter before scribbling something down. "Room 6. Third door on your right. Don't forget to leave the keys here when you check out." I took the key, a brass tag with the number etched in worn letters, and headed out the door. The corridor smelled faintly of mildew and something floral, like a cheap air freshener trying and failing to cover up the decay. The carpet was threadbare in places, and I could feel the stiff fibers prick at the soles of my shoes. I noticed the other rooms were all empty. Doors closed, windows curtained tight. But when I glanced out the window from my room, I could see the parking lot, nearly deserted except for one beat-up sedan parked near the far end. No one was around, not even a breeze to stir the dry leaves piled in the corners. It was quiet. Too quiet. At first, I told myself I was just tired. I needed to rest before the next leg of my trip. But there was an oddness to the stillness. Like the motel was holding its breath. Later, as I unpacked a few things, I heard footsteps. Soft, deliberate. Not from the hallway outside, no, those were dead silent, but somewhere inside the walls, maybe? The kind of sound that makes you stop and listen, then convince yourself it was nothing. I pressed my ear to the door, but the noise stopped. I checked the peephole. Empty hallway. The buzz of the neon sign outside flickered through the glass, casting pale blue light unevenly across the floor. I sat down on the edge of the bed and rubbed my temples. That's when I noticed the calendar hanging crookedly on the wall. It was from 3 years ago. The motel's name was printed in big letters across the top, but the dates were clearly outdated. A small detail, but it made me wonder, had anyone here cared enough to update it? I tried calling the front desk from the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay phone. The line rang twice, then went dead. No answer. I frowned. Maybe they'd stepped out. The lobby door was locked, which I found strange for a place that claimed to be open 24 hours. I went back to the window and looked out again. The sedan was gone. A shiver ran down my neck. I blinked hard. Maybe it had been a trick of the light. Or maybe I was just imagining things. I decided to get some air. The night had fully settled, and the sky stretched wide and black overhead, dotted with faint stars. The air smelled fresher outside, but the cold made my skin crawl. A distant dog barked, a hollow, lonely sound that echoed across the empty road. I walked to the office door, pressed my ear against the glass. No sound inside. I tried the handle. Locked. I circled the building, checking for another entrance. Nothing. Just the windows, all dark and shuttered, were curtained. I leaned my forehead against the rough plaster wall, which was cool and cracked under my forehead. That's when I heard a voice behind me, low and calm. Lost? I spun around. A man stood there, maybe in his 40s, wearing a gray jacket and jeans. His eyes were steady, but there was something unreadable in them. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I'm just trying to figure out if this place is actually open, I said. He shrugged. We're open. Just. Quiet tonight. I glanced back toward the office. Why's the front door locked? He glanced over his shoulder, then back at me. Safety. You never know who's coming around these days. I nodded slowly. It made sense, but it didn't feel quite right. Name's Carl, he said, extending a hand. I shook it, feeling the rough calluses on his palm. I'm Jamie. Carl looked me over, then tapped his chin thoughtfully. You're not from around here, huh? No. Passing through. He smiled again, a little whiter this time. Well, if you need anything, just holler. We like to keep things simple. I thanked him and started back toward my room, but my eyes caught something on the ground, a small, folded note, half hidden beneath a patch of peeling paint. I picked it up. The paper was crumpled and stained, the ink smudged but legible. Don't trust the night staff. I blinked and looked up. Carl was nowhere in sight. The hairs on my arms prickled, and a cold knot tightened in my stomach. I stuffed the note into my pocket and hurried back to the room. I locked the door behind me. The motel was quiet again. Too quiet. I sat on the edge of the bed, the folded note clenched tight in my fist, the weight of the words pressing down heavier than the thin motel mattress beneath me. Don't trust the night staff. The letters swam in my vision, ink blurred by age and moisture, but the message was unmistakable. My skin prickled again, cold sweat gathering at the base of my neck. I had to know what that meant. Had I been naive, trusting Carl? Or was there something darker lurking behind those easy smiles? The room smelled stale, like old carpet and a faint hint of cleaning chemicals that hadn't quite done their job. I ran my fingers over the note's rough edges, trying to piece together a plan. If the night staff were untrustworthy, then who could I turn to? I thought about the other guests I'd seen earlier, the quiet man who kept to himself, the woman with the oversized sunglasses despite the dim light outside. Had they noticed something? Or were they part of this strange, locked-in world? The lock on the door clicked downstairs. I froze, breath caught in my throat. Then footsteps. Slow. Deliberate. I moved to the window, peering out through the cracked blinds. No one. The parking lot was empty except for a single rusted sedan, headlights off, engine cold. I swallowed hard and sank back onto the bed. Why did this place feel like a trap? Morning came sluggishly, the sun pushing through dusty blinds and thin, uncertain rays. I woke with a stiff neck and a sense of urgency gnawing at my gut. The note had planted a seed of suspicion that wouldn't let me rest. I dressed quickly, the cheap fabric of my shirt rough against my skin, and headed toward the office. Carl was behind the counter, grinning like he'd been expecting me. Morning, Jamie. Coffee? He nodded toward an ancient pot that had seen better days. The bitter scent filled the air, sharp and acrid. "Sure," I said, forcing a smile. "Listen, I found something last night." A note. It said not to trust the night staff. His smile twitched, just for a moment. Then he leaned in, voice low and casual. "You're poking around where you shouldn't. That's all you need to know." I wanted to press him, to demand answers, but his tone shut me down. Instead, I nodded, swallowing a bitter taste that wasn't just from the coffee. "Right. Got it." As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of a file cabinet behind the counter, half open. Inside, rows of folders, neat and color-coded. On top lay a stack of visitor logs, the pages yellowed and curling at the edges. I hesitated, then slid a folder toward me. The names were familiar, people I'd seen in the lobby, in rooms down the hall. But some of the entries didn't add up. Dates crossed out, names overridden, some pages missing entirely. A cold shiver passed through me. Whoever was in charge of these records was rewriting history. It felt deliberate, methodical. Later, I wandered back toward the lobby, the worn carpet muffling my footsteps. I caught the woman with the sunglasses sitting silently in a corner booth, staring into her coffee as if it held answers. I sat down opposite her. "Have you noticed anything strange about this place?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. She looked up, eyes sharp beneath the dark lenses. "Strange? You mean how people just vanish?" Her words landed like stones in a still pond. "I've been here off and on. It's not just rumor." "Vanishing?" My pulse quickened. "You mean guests disappearing?" She nodded slowly, staring past me as if the walls themselves might be listening. "And no one bothers to report it. No calls to police, no missing persons reports. It's like they erase them." I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too warm, the air thick with unspoken fears. "Why? How?" She shrugged, the gesture small but heavy. "I don't know. But if you stick around here, you'll understand. The staff makes sure no one remembers. Like they want us trapped in a loop, invisible." The thought twisted inside me, a sickening blend of disbelief and dread. I glanced around the lobby. The flickering overhead light buzzed unevenly, casting jittery shadows. The faint smell of mildew crept in through a cracked window. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, a single, lonely sound swallowed quickly by the vast silence. That night, I sat by the window, eyes peeled for any sign of movement. The parking lot was empty again, the moon a pale sliver behind thick clouds. I heard footsteps, this time closer, coming up the stairs. My breath caught. The door creaked open. It was the man from earlier, the quiet one. He looked exhausted, worn down in a way that went beyond travel fatigue. His eyes met mine, and for a moment, the silence stretched between us, loaded with everything unspoken. "I've been erased," he said finally, voice rough. "I don't exist outside these walls anymore. No calls, no messages, no one remembers me." I blinked. How is that even possible? He shook his head, a bitter smile. "The staff controls everything. Records, memories, even the way people treat us. We're ghosts." His words settled over me like a dense fog. I wanted to argue, to find a logical explanation, but there was a truth there I couldn't deny. "Why?" I whispered. He shrugged again. "Power. Control. Maybe something worse. But whatever it is, it's systematic. And it's relentless." I felt my hands tremble, the cold note burning in my pocket. The motel wasn't just a place to rest. It was a cage, and we were the trapped. Suddenly, the room felt smaller, the shadows longer. The door slammed shut downstairs, the sound echoing like a warning. I wasn't sure what I'd gotten myself into. But one thing was clear, leaving wouldn't be as simple as checking out. Now all the staff held the keys to a reality no one else seemed to notice. The air inside the Sundown Motel hung thick with secrets that no guest was meant to uncover. And as the night deepened, I realized the storm wasn't just outside. It was gathering inside me, growing louder with every secret uncovered. I had to find a way out. Before I disappeared too. The door slammed shut downstairs again, sharp and sudden, like a hammer striking metal. My skin prickled, and a cold knot twisted in my stomach. I stayed frozen for a moment, listening to the silence that followed. No footsteps. No voices. Just the faint hum of the flickering fluorescent light overhead. The same one I'd noticed earlier, the one that never quite stayed steady. It buzzed, then died for a fraction of a second, plunging the room into a brief darkness before sputtering back to life. I blinked, trying to focus. I glanced at the man sitting across from me. His eyes were fixed somewhere beyond the peeling wallpaper, distant but sharp. "You said the staff controls everything," I said quietly. "Records, memories, even how people treat you." The words tasted bitter in my mouth. "How do they do that? How do they erase you?" He shrugged, but this time the movement was heavier, more resigned. "It's not magic or some crazy science fiction. It's manipulation. Gaslighting on a massive scale. They use the motel systems, the town's connections. Phones, internet, even local businesses. It's all wired together. If you check in, they take you. And then they make sure you never check out, at least not in any meaningful way." I swallowed hard. "But what about your families? Friends? Don't they notice?" "Not really." His voice was low, almost a rasp. "That's the worst part. The staff doesn't just delete us from files. They see doubt. They tell our families we left, moved on, or are unreachable. Sometimes they even plant fake calls or messages to back it up. No one notices because the story fits. We become ghosts in the system, and the system rewrites reality." The room seemed to tilt. I reached out, touching the rough plaster wall. It was cold, damp, and crumbly beneath my fingers. "So, if I'm here, and I try to call someone, what happens?" He smiled, but it wasn't a comforting smile. "Try it. Call anyone you know. They won't answer. And if by some miracle they do, the call will drop, or sound hollow like you're speaking through a tunnel." I wanted to argue, to say this was impossible, but my phone lay on the nightstand, dark and useless. I remembered the cold note folded in my pocket, the one I found tucked under the mattress earlier. I unfolded it now, the paper crackling in the still air. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic. "You don't exist here. Don't trust the front desk. Don't try to leave." I looked back at him. "Why do you stay? Why don't you try to leave?" He laughed, a dry, humorless sound that echoed in the cramped room. "Because once you're marked, the staff watches. Every movement, every call, every attempt to escape is monitored. The roads out? Blocked or patrolled. The vehicles on the property? Never leave. And the staff, well, they're not just clerks. They're enforcers, manipulators. They convince you it's safer to stay, or worse, that leaving is impossible." I felt a cold sweat break out along my back. My hands trembled again, and I gripped the edge of the bed. "I don't understand. What do they gain from all this? Control, sure. But why trap people like this? His eyes darkened. Power, maybe. Or something else. Money, secrets, leverage. They pick people carefully, those who won't be missed or who have something to hide. Then they erase them, like files on a hard drive. Clean slate. No witnesses. No loose ends. The weight of that pressed down on me. I couldn't tell if I was more terrified or furious. And me? What if I try to leave? He shook his head slowly. No one leaves. Not once they realize what's happened. You're already part of the system now. You can't check out any more than I can. Suddenly, the room felt unbearably small. The air was thick with stale cigarette smoke and the faint scent of disinfectant. The fluorescent light flickered again, casting long, jittery shadows across the peeling wallpaper. I wanted to stand, to run, to scream. But my legs felt like lead. Then, the door downstairs creaked open. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoed up the hallway. They were coming this way. My heart hammered. I barely breathed, listening to the soft scrape of shoes on linoleum. The footsteps stopped just outside our door. A pause. Then a voice, smooth and calm, but cold as ice. Time's up. The man's face tightened. They know. They always know. I swallowed the lump in my throat. What do they want? He looked at me, eyes sharp now, urgent. You. They want to remind you who's in charge. To make sure you don't forget. To break whatever spirit you have left. The knob turned slowly. The door creaked open an inch, then stopped. I backed away, heart racing. The room felt like a cage closing in. And in that moment, I realized there was no way out. Not really. Not anymore. The door inched open a fraction, a thin crack of light spilling into the room like a warning. Time's up, he said again. The words were softer now, but no less definite. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry enough to taste dust. What do you want from me? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stepped in barely a foot and shut the door with a careful click. The lock didn't catch, but I wasn't about to test if it would. His eyes flicked to the hallway, then back to me, steady and unreadable. They want us to forget, he said, voice low and steady. Everyone who disappears here, they erase the record. Not just paperwork. People's memories. The cameras. The sign-in logs. Nothing. Like you never existed. I shook my head, disbelief twisting in my chest. That's impossible. He shrugged, but it wasn't a careless gesture. I used to think so, too. Until I found the files. The real ones. He pulled a crumpled envelope from his jacket pocket and tossed it onto the bed. It slid toward me, and I caught it, fingers trembling. Inside, I found a stack of faded printouts, hotel records, maintenance logs, guest lists. But some names were crossed out, others erased altogether. Dates with missing check-ins, blank spots where people should have been. Look, he said, voice dropping further, they don't want anyone to ask questions. If you're not in the system, you don't exist. If you don't exist, no one's looking for you. I flipped through the papers, cold settling into my bones. But why? What do they gain by this? He shrugged again, but his eyes darkened. Control. Power. The freedom to keep this place running without interference. Anyone who stumbles on the truth gets removed. The word hung between us like a shadow. Removed. Not gone. Not dead. Just Erased. I swallowed, trying to steady my breath. So what happens to them? He glanced toward the window. A faint hum of the highway in the distance, the occasional bark of a dog. Trapped, he said quietly. In a loop. No calls, no visitors, no rescue. It's like being lost underwater, but nobody even remembers you drowned. The silence that followed was thick, almost suffocating. I wanted to ask how he knew all this. How he'd survived. But the weight of it kept my voice from coming. Suddenly, the man's posture shifted, alert, tense. His eyes darted toward the hallway again. Footsteps. Faster this time. Closer. They're coming back, he whispered, dropping into a crouch beside the bed. I crouched too, heart pounding in my ears. The door rattled, a faint scrape of metal against wood. I pressed my palm flat against the wall, feeling the vibration, like the building itself was breathing, alive with menace. Stay quiet, he said, voice barely audible. If they hear you, it's over. The knob rattled, then stopped. I held my breath so tightly it hurt. A shadow fell across the crack of the door, then receded. I exhaled slowly, the air, cold and heavy with silence tasting like dust and fear. They know you're here now, he said. That's the problem. Once you're noticed, they come for you. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. What do we do? He shook his head, frustration tightening his jaw. I don't know. I've never been caught before. I studied his face, sharp angles, tired eyes, a flicker of desperation beneath the calm. We were both trapped, in different ways, but caught all the same. Suddenly, the power blinked. The fluorescent bulb overhead sputtered and died, plunging the room into thick darkness. My pulse thudded so loudly I was sure they could hear it. The man fumbled for his phone, the screen casting a weak blue glow on his face. Stay close, he whispered. I nodded, stepping toward him, the rough carpet prickling under my bare feet. The motel smelled of stale smoke and something metallic, like old pennies left out in the rain. I tried to focus on that instead of the silence that stretched between us like a noose. What's your name? I asked, voice barely a whisper. He hesitated, then said, Eli. I glanced around the room, the shadows seeming to creep closer with every second. I'm not sure why I'm still here. I thought I'd be gone by now. Eli's laugh was bitter, almost a cough. That's the thing. Once you start fighting, once you start asking questions, they don't let you go easily. The door rattled again. A long, slow scrape of something, maybe a chair being dragged, echoed down the hall. Why? I asked. Why keep people like this? He stared at the black door as if it might answer him. Because they're afraid. Afraid of what happens if anyone escapes. If someone tells the world what this place really is. The footsteps resumed, deliberate, echoing closer. The thin crack under the door widened. I caught the faintest scent of leather and something sharp, like peppermint mixed with sweat. Eli's hand found mine in the dark. His skin was warm, anchored. I squeezed back, a silent promise, not to give up. Not yet. Maybe, I said quietly, we don't have to wait for them. Maybe we can get ahead of this. He looked at me then, eyes reflecting the faint glow of the phone. You think you can outsmart them? I didn't answer. I didn't know if I could. But I had to try. A soft click. The door began to open, slowly, deliberately. I stepped forward before Eli could stop me. The hallway stretched out, endless and dark. The flicker of a bulb at the far end buzzed erratically. Here we go, I whispered, heart hammering. One step, then another. The walls seemed to close in, the air growing thick and heavy as if the motel itself was holding its breath. A voice echoed from the shadows, low and calm. You shouldn't have come looking. The door slammed shut behind us, and the corridor was swallowed by darkness. No way out. Not yet. But I was moving. I had to keep moving. The door slammed shut behind us, a dull, heavy thud that seemed to suck the air from the narrow corridor. We shouldn't have come looking, the voice whispered from the shadows again. It was close, too close. Breath against my neck, maybe. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale, recycled air that smelled faintly of mildew and old cigarette smoke. But I didn't move back. I couldn't. Not this time. We need to get out, I said, voice barely above a breath. We can't stay here. Eli nodded, his eyes scanning the gloom. There was a rhythm to the silence now, a slow, deliberate pulse that matched the thudding of my heart. The motel wasn't just a building. It was a trap. A slow erasure. I knew that for sure. We edged forward, one careful step at a time. The rough plaster of the walls scraped my fingertips, cold and unyielding. Somewhere behind us, something shifted. A soft scraping, like nails on wood. My breath caught. Don't stop, I urged, trying to keep the panic from rising in my throat. We reached the flickering bulb. Its light was weak but steady enough to see a set of stairs leading down. The metal railing was sticky with grime, and the air smelled sharper here, like rain threatening but never quite coming. I glanced back. The voice was gone. The silence thickened again, but I knew better than to trust it. Down? Eli asked, voice low. I nodded. We have to. The steps creaked beneath our weight, winding down into a basement I hadn't known existed. It was colder here, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and refuses to leave. The smell turned sour, something dead, or maybe just forgotten. In the faint glow of a cracked emergency light, I saw filing cabinets lined up against one wall. Papers spilled from one drawer, fluttering like trapped birds. Records, I muttered. This is where they keep everything. Eli bent down to sift through the mess. Look at this, he said, pulling out a thin folder. Names. Dates. Room numbers. But some are just blanks. I took the folder from him and flipped through the pages. Blank spaces where guests should have been. No check-in, no check-out. Like they never existed. Erased, I whispered. Exactly, Eli said. And if they disappear from the records, they disappear from everything else. From the maps, from the internet, from the world. I shivered, not from the cold this time, but from the weight of it all, the deliberate forgetting. The motel wasn't just hiding people, it was wiping them clean. We have to find a way to stop this, I said, though the words felt hollow in the stale air. Eli looked up, eyes dark. We tried. We're trapped in their game. A sudden noise made us both freeze, a faint tapping, like fingers drumming on glass. We spun toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. A narrow window, grimy and cracked, showed nothing but the black night beyond. Someone's watching, I said. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I think they want us to know, Eli said quietly. To understand that there's no help coming. I swallowed again, the bitter taste of fear mixing with a strange surge of resolve. I wasn't going to disappear. We're not their next victims, I said. Not if I can help it. We gathered the folders, stuffing them into a bag Eli had pulled from his backpack. The evidence we found was fragile, but it was something. Proof. Maybe enough to pull this motel into daylight. We climbed back up the stairs, every creak and groan echoing in the empty halls. The bulb flickered overhead, threatening to go out. At the top, the door was locked. The twisting lock felt cold beneath my fingers, an invisible barrier between us and freedom. I heard footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the far end of the hallway. The voice again, low and calm, but this time with something different, a hint of finality. "You should leave," it said, "before this place swallows you whole." I glanced at Eli. His jaw was tight, eyes fierce. We weren't leaving. Not yet. I twisted the lock. It gave way with a sharp click. We burst through the door into the night, the cool air hitting us like a wave. The stars were faint behind a veil of clouds, but the world outside felt real. Alive. I didn't look back. The next morning, I woke in a motel room miles away, the sun filtering weakly through thin curtains. Eli was still asleep beside me, his face worn but peaceful. I traced the lines of exhaustion around his eyes, wondering how we had managed to escape. I sipped the bitter coffee from the chipped mug on the nightstand, the taste grounding me. The motel's hold was broken, for now, but the weight of what we'd uncovered settled deep inside my chest. I opened the bag. The folders were still there, fragile but intact. Names and dates, all marked with the silent scream of those erased. I called the police. Twice. Made sure the story was heard. But I knew how this would go. Without proof beyond a shadowy motel and whispered threats, nothing would come of it. Still, I left the folders on the desk in the officer's station. A trace. A crack in the wall. Later, I drove away, the road winding long ahead. The motel disappeared behind me, swallowed by the trees and mist. I thought about the guests we never found, the ones still trapped in that cycle of forgotten existence. Their faces haunted the corners of my mind, echoes that refused to fade. I wondered if they heard us. If somewhere, in the dark, someone was waiting for their chance to escape. And I realized this wasn't just about a motel or a mystery. It was about memory. About being seen. About refusing to vanish. I don't know what comes next. Maybe nothing changes. Maybe the cycle repeats. But I carry their names now. I won't forget. Not ever. Story 2, The Room Beneath the Mattress, Secrets of Past Guests. The highway had betrayed me again. I pulled off at the next exit, a narrow turnoff marked only by a bent metal post. The road narrowed further, gravel crunching beneath my tires as I slowed. On the left, a tired little motel squatted behind a chain-link fence. The sign blinked on and off MOTL in flickering orange bulbs. One of those places where you almost expect the floorboards to creak and the paint to flake right off the walls. I didn't have many options. My phone's battery was fading fast, and the nearest hotel app assured me that the next decent place was still 50 miles away. I killed the engine and stared at the building, its faded yellow walls and dark windows empty like eyes. The air smelled like stale cigarettes and something a little sweeter, maybe old perfume or mildew. Inside the lobby, a small bell sat on the counter, dusty and untouched. I rang it once, a sharp little clang that echoed against the cracked plaster. A man appeared from a back room, his face pale and lined, wearing a stained blue shirt and a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Evening," he said, voice rough like gravel. "You need a room?" "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual, but my throat was dry. "Just one." He nodded and pulled a key from a jangling ring. "Number 7. Old building, but clean enough. Shower works, I think." There was a pause, almost a warning, before he added, "Place has history. People come, people go. Most keep to themselves. I'm good with quiet, I said, following him through the narrow hallway where the wallpaper curled at the edges, exposing brittle plaster beneath. The scent of dust and something metallic lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence. It was the kind of smell you might find in an old library or a forgotten basement. Something left behind. The room was small, just a single bed pushed against the far wall, a faded floral bedspread, and a nightstand with a lamp that flickered when I flipped the switch. The window looked out onto the parking lot, where a few cars sat, rusting in the growing dark. I unpacked my bag slowly, my fingers brushing against the worn fabric of the bedspread, the roughness of the mattress cover. The mattress sagged in the middle, and the springs creaked faintly when I sat down. I turned the lamp off and left the window cracked open a little. The cool night air brought in the occasional distant bark of a dog, the hum of a car engine far away, and the rustling of dry leaves skittering across the pavement. Silence. Complete silence. Except for the occasional drip of water somewhere in the building. I was about to crawl into bed when something caught my eye, a bulge beneath the mattress near the foot of the bed. Curious, I reached down, fingers grazing against something rough and paper-thin. Pulling it free, I found an old diary, the leather cover cracked and the pages yellowed with age. The edges were frayed, as if it had been tucked away for years, forgotten. I flipped it open, and my breath caught. The handwriting was mine. No doubt about it. The slant of the letters, the way the ink bled into the paper, the small, tearful loops of my lowercase e. But I hadn't written this. Not here. Not ever. The entries began with dated accounts of previous guests, names I didn't recognize, but each entry was filled with detailed confessions, fears, secrets, moments of vulnerability. A man terrified of being alone, a woman who couldn't stop crying because of a recent loss, a teenager hiding from a past mistake. But every word was penned in my handwriting. My style. My voice. I set the diary down and stared at the cracked ceiling. I must be imagining things. Maybe I'd picked it up somewhere else, or it belonged to someone who shared my handwriting style. But the details, so intimate, so specific, felt like echoes of my own thoughts, as if someone had been inside my head, recording my fears and moments I hadn't even dared whisper aloud. A slow chill crept along my spine, and my hands trembled as I reached for the diary again. The room seemed colder now, the air thicker. Outside, a distant car door slammed, sharp against the quiet. I closed the diary, but the words lingered like shadows in the corners of the room. I wondered about the man at the desk, his pale smile, and the way he'd said, "Place has history." What did he mean by that? Who had stayed here before me, and why had their fears been written down in my own hand? The motel wasn't just a stop on my journey anymore. It was something else. Something I couldn't yet understand. I lay back on the bed, the mattress sagging beneath me, and stared at the ceiling. The night pressed in, thick and heavy. I told myself to shake it off, to get some sleep. But the diary sat on the nightstand, a silent invitation to dive deeper into the secrets hidden beneath the surface of this tired place. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to. The air in the room felt colder now, or maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. My fingers twitched toward the diary, hovering over its worn leather cover as if it might burn me. After a moment's hesitation, I flipped it open again, the pages whispering softly in the quiet. A name caught my eye, Evelyn. The entry was dated nearly 10 years ago, written in a hurried script that betrayed the author's anxiety. I read. I saw him again today. The man who watches from the woods. I don't know what he wants, but every time I try to leave, the fear roots me to the ground. I'm trapped between wanting to run and the strange pull to stay. I frowned, the hairs on the back of my neck prickling. The woods behind the motel had always felt ominous, but I'd never thought much about it beyond the usual stories people tell when they're bored or scared. Now, with Evelyn's words echoing in my head, the shadows outside the window seemed to breathe, waiting. A soft knock on the door startled me. I snapped the diary shut and glanced toward the door. It creaked open a fraction, and Tom's face appeared in the narrow gap, eyes searching. "Couldn't sleep either?" he asked, his voice low. I shook my head, pushing the diary under the pillow. "Something about this place. It's not right." He stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. "I've been hearing things," he said. "Whispers near the woods, footsteps when no one's there." I nodded slowly, feeling a strange sense of relief that I wasn't alone in this. There's something or someone trapped in this place. People have been scared for years, maybe decades. Tom pulled out his chair and sat beside me. "Maybe it's time we find out what that is." I met his gaze, the weight of the night pressing down on us both. Whatever lay ahead, it was no longer just my secret to bear. The night stretched long and heavy after I closed the diary. The air in the room seemed thicker somehow, as if the secrets pressed against the cracked wallpaper and the buzzing fluorescent light above my head. I kept glancing toward the window, where the dark outline of the woods blurred into the horizon, whispering with wind I couldn't quite catch. I told myself to get some sleep, but my hands trembled too much to settle beneath the thin motel blanket. By morning, the memory of Evelyn's entry, the man watching from the woods, clung to me like a second skin. The room smelled faintly of mildew and stale cigarette smoke, probably a leftover from the last occupant, but there was something else, something sharper beneath it. Like the faint coppery tang of old blood or maybe rust. I wasn't sure, and that uncertainty gnawed at me more than I wanted to admit. I pulled the diary from under the mattress again. The leather cover was rough and worn, edges softened by time and use. Fingerprints smudged the surface, the same way mine might have looked if I hadn't been so careful to keep it pristine. The first entry I agreed was Evelyn's, but there were others, dozens of them, scrawled over the years. They weren't just confessions or fears, they were detailed accounts of moments, thoughts, and people who had stayed here. And every single one was written in my handwriting. I sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through the pages with a growing sense of vertigo. The entries were dated and timed, sometimes hours apart, as if the writer had been trapped here, unable to leave yet compelled to document everything obsessively. One passage caught my eye. 3:17 a.m., the knocking at the door again, soft and deliberate. It's not the wind. I know what it means. I can't open the door. Not yet. I looked up sharply. The knocking? No. That couldn't be real. Or could it? The motel had seemed deserted when I arrived, but maybe it wasn't as empty as I thought. I pressed my ear to the wall, heart thumping. Silence. Complete silence. Still, the thought clung to me, like a shadow refusing to dissolve. I stuffed the diary into my backpack without another glance and left the room. Outside, the sun was a weak circle behind a gray sky that hadn't decided whether to rain. The parking lot cracked and buckled, weeds poking through like desperate fingers. I walked toward the office, the front door hanging slightly ajar, creaking softly in the light breeze. The clerk was nowhere to be seen. The counter was cluttered with dusty pamphlets and an old rotary phone that looked like it hadn't rung in years. I called out, my voice smaller than I expected. "Hello? Anyone here?" No answer. Only the distant bark of a dog, maybe a mile off, tarried on the wind. I stepped outside again, glancing toward the woods. They looked like a wall of dark needles, impenetrable and silent. The thought of the man Evelyn mentioned sent a shiver down my spine. Why hadn't I noticed anything before? The silence was almost too complete. I decided to walk along the edge of the woods, following the gravel road that curved behind the motel. The smell changed from stale smoke to damp earth and decomposing leaves. The sky darkened further, and the wind picked up, tugging at my jacket. About 50 yards in, I spotted something half buried in the dirt, a weathered piece of paper, edges curled and stained. I crouched to pick it up, fingers brushing dirt and tiny twigs. It was a note, hastily scribbled, the ink smudged but legible. "Don't trust a man in room 3. He watches everything." Room 3. The very room I checked into. I swallowed hard and looked back toward the motel. No one was around. No cars. No voices. Just the persistent rustle of branches and the occasional bird call. A sudden noise made me jump, a dry snap of a twig from deeper in the woods. My eyes darted to the shadows, but I saw nothing. The urge to run back to the motel was strong, but something else held me there, a mix of dread and curiosity. I decided to take a chance and peek inside room 3's window. The glass was grimy, but I could make out the outline of a bed and a dresser. The room looked empty, but the curtains were drawn tight, and the flickering light from the hallway outside made the shadows dance. I stepped back, my breath shallow. The diary wasn't just a collection of someone else's fears. It was a record of mine. My handwriting, my thoughts, my secrets, all trapped in this place, as if I'd been here before, or maybe never really left. The motel suddenly felt less like a temporary stop and more like a trap. I returned to my room quickly, locking the door behind me. The diary lay open on the bed, waiting. I hesitated, then flipped to the next entry after Evelyn's. It was dated just 3 days ago. I hear footsteps outside my door. No one answers when I call out. The fear is thicker now, like it's settling in the walls. I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if something is really here. That line made my skin crawl. Fog clung to the edges of the forgotten road, swallowing the world in silence. A sudden knock at my door froze me. Not a pound, just a gentle tap. I didn't move. The diary was heavy in my lap. The knocking came again, slow and deliberate. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. The knocking stopped. But the silence that followed was worse. I glanced at the diary, then back at the door. I wasn't sure what I was more afraid of, the man in the woods, the diary's impossible entries, or whatever was outside that door, waiting. I sat on the edge of the bed, diary open across my knees, the words in front of me like a trap tightening with every line. The air in the room felt heavier, as if the faded wallpaper and cracked plaster absorbed not just light but something more, something thick and unyielding. I rubbed my fingers over the diary's worn cover, the leather rough, the scent faintly of must and old smoke. Not dust exactly, but something older, like forgotten regrets sealed inside a box and left to rot. The entry was recent, 3 days ago, as fresh as the stale coffee I'd spilled on the motel's chipped laminate countertop that afternoon. I hear footsteps outside my door, it said. No one answers when I call out. The fear is thicker now, like it's settling in the walls. I swallowed hard. The fear settling in the walls. That was exactly what I'd felt creeping along my skin when I peeked through room 3's grimy window. The place wasn't just worn down. It was alive with something human, but dangerous in a way I wasn't ready to confront. I leaned back, eyes scanning the ceiling, tracing the cracked paint. Silence. Complete silence. No footsteps. No voices. Outside, the faint hum of a car engine idling at the far end of the lot. The distant bark of a dog, sharp and lonely. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination spinning out of control, but the diary suggested otherwise. And then there was the handwriting. Mine. Every word scrawled in my own hand, the slant and pressure unmistakable. How could that be? I didn't write these things. I hadn't, had I? My fingers trembled, and I closed the book with a snap that echoed too loudly in the quiet. The thought of being here before, or never really having left, wasn't just unsettling, it was impossible. Yet, the diary insisted otherwise. I stood and walked to the window, pulling back the threadbare curtain just a little. The parking lot was empty except for a single faded pickup truck parked near the old neon sign, the letters flickering erratically. The yellow light buzzed overhead, casting jittery shadows across the cracked asphalt. The motel's name, half-lit and misspelled from years of neglect, blinked like a warning. A sudden knock at the door startled me. My breath hitched. I wasn't expecting anyone. I edged over and peered through the peephole. No one. Just the empty hallway, stained carpet, and peeling wallpaper curling at the corners. I pressed my ear to the door. Nothing but the distant hum of the highway, steady and cold. I stepped back, heart hammering. Whoever had left the diary, or whoever was writing in it, was still here. Or maybe I was writing it myself. The idea made my head spin. I needed answers. I needed to know what this place wanted from me. I grabbed my phone, ready to call someone, anyone, but the screen stayed dark. No signal. Of course. The motel sat somewhere between nowhere and forgotten, a dead zone for both cell service and hope. I flipped the diary open again, fingers tracing the page edges. There was something else, a note tucked between the pages, yellowed and brittle, like a leaf pressed long ago. I pulled it free carefully, unfolding it. The handwriting was different, neater, more deliberate. It read, "You cannot leave. Not now. You belong here as much as the walls, the dirt, the fading paint. You try to run, but the truth always drags you back." A chill ran down my spine. I folded the note again, pressed it against my chest like a shield. Belong here? What did that mean? The room felt smaller suddenly, suffocating. The bed creaked under my weight as I sat, trying to steady my shaking hands. The diary wasn't just a record. It was a map, a ledger of every guest's secrets, fears, and failures. And now, mine was the latest entry. Or was it the oldest? I couldn't tell anymore. My mind raced back to the first time I checked in, the clerk's indifferent smile, the smell of mildew and cleaning chemicals, the way the key felt heavy in my palm like it carried more than just access to a room. I thought I was just passing through, but the diary said otherwise. It said I was trapped. And the motel was patient. I realized then the windows weren't just grimy, they were almost opaque, like the glass itself resisted letting light in or out. Everything about this place was designed to isolate, to hold you inside your own head until the walls whispered louder than your own thoughts. I tried to stand, to get some air, but the room spun just slightly, the edges blurring. I staggered to the door and pressed my ear again. This time, I heard it, faint scratching, like nails on wood, slow and deliberate. I stepped back, heart thundering so loud it drowned out the sound. Was it coming from the room next door? From the ceiling? Somewhere inside the walls. I wanted to scream. To run. To break the glass and shatter the silence. But my legs felt rooted, like the room was pulling me deeper into itself. Then the phone buzzed on the bed. I hadn't even noticed it vibrating. I grabbed it, relief flooding through me until I saw the screen. A message. No number, just a single sentence. "You've already written your story." I blinked, mouth dry, staring at the words as if they might rearrange themselves into something less final. But they didn't. The screen went black again, signal lost before I could reply. Beneath the cold, indifferent moon, the night whispered secrets I wished I could forget. I sank back onto the bed, the diary open in my lap. My fingers hovered over the page, unsure whether to read on or close it forever. But the pull was magnetic, irresistible, like the motel itself was breathing through the words. Outside, the neon sign sputtered one last time before plunging the lot into darkness. I was no longer a visitor. I was part of the motel story now, and there was no turning back. The phone screen went black, swallowed by a creeping silence that felt thicker than the night itself. I stood frozen, the vibration still humming faintly in my palm, like a ghost of some warning I couldn't quite grasp. The words, "You've already written your story," kept echoing inside my skull, louder than the scratch behind the walls or the dull buzz of the failing neon sign outside. I wanted to throw the phone across the room, smash it against the cracked plaster wall, but my fingers tightened instead, trembling. I leaned against the door, breathing ragged, trying to push away the cold sweat pooling in my shirt. The room around me seemed to shrink, the shadows folding in like they wanted to swallow me whole. The ceiling fan creaked unevenly, its slow rhythm syncing with my heartbeat. I could almost swear the whispering was coming from the vent near the ceiling, a soft, breathy hiss that made the hairs on my neck rise. I told myself to calm down, to think. But my mind was slippery, sliding between panic and disbelief. How was this possible? The diary, the handwriting, the secrets, all of it mine. I'd written none of it. Or had I? I pressed my fingers to my temples, willing the headache to stop, but the pressure only intensified. Footsteps. Soft. Across the cracked linoleum outside the door. I froze so suddenly I nearly dropped the phone. The scratching had stopped. Now there was something else, a slow, deliberate pacing. I couldn't tell if it was coming from the next room or the hall. My throat tightened, dry as sandpaper. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" My voice cracked, small and useless. No answer. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I debated bolting out the door, running down the dimly lit corridor toward the lobby, calling for help. But the thought of stepping into that flickering hallway, exposed and vulnerable, made me hesitate. The air was thick with the smell of stale cigarette smoke and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like rust and old blood. I didn't want to find out where it was coming from. Instead, I sank down onto the bed, the mattress groaning under me. The diary was still there, half hidden beneath the corner, its leather spine cracked and worn. I pulled it out, clutching it like a lifeline. The pages fluttered open to the last entry I'd read, but the words blurred, twisting into a mess of ink and memory. I could feel the edges of my own fears bleeding through the paper, but how? Why? My eyes caught a folded scrap of paper slipped between the pages. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was the same, mine, but the words were different, almost pleading. If you're reading this, it means the story isn't over. You need to stop. Go back. Don't look for what's behind the walls. I shivered, the note slipping from my fingers. The sound made something shift in the room, like a breath exhaled just behind me. I turned quickly, heart thundering, but there was only the dim lamp casting long shadows, the threadbare curtains trembling against the cracked window pane. The scratching started again, slow, deliberate, right beneath the bed frame. My hands hovered above the diary, hesitant. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I needed answers. The diary was the only thread I had. I flipped through more pages, each entry more detailed than the last, each confession more intimate. Guests who had stayed here before, or who thought they'd stayed, had poured out their darkest fears. And in every one, a name appeared, my name. Not just once or twice, but over and over, as if this place was a mirror, reflecting back my secrets and doubts. One entry caught my eye, dated just days ago. They watch and wait. You can't hide. Not from yourself, not here. I thought I was alone, but the walls listen. The ceiling breathes. The floor remembers. I'm not sure who's scarier, the ones outside or the ones inside my head. The words clawed at something deep inside me, a memory I couldn't place. I fingered the worn page slowly, trying to steady my breathing. The diary was becoming less a book and more a mirror, showing me things I wished I could forget. Then the power cut out. The room plunged into darkness, save for the faint glow of the moon through the curtains. The silence that followed was heavier than anything before. I could hear my own ragged breaths, the quick pulse in my ears, and something else, a soft, wet sound, like something dragging across the carpet. I flipped my phone back on, the screen lighting up the room in a weak, blue glow. No signal. No messages. Only the diary open in my lap and the creeping sense that I wasn't alone. I stood, clutching the phone like a shield. The scratching had moved closer now, just beyond the door. I pressed my ear again, heart hammering so hard it felt like it might burst. The sound was unmistakable, slow, rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming on wood, steady and patient. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. Just the tapping. I thought of calling the motel office, but the front desk was empty, no one around since I checked in. No phone line, no way out. The nearest town was miles away, and the road outside was empty, bathed in moonlight and silence. I wanted to leave. I needed to leave. But the diary's weight in my hands reminded me why I couldn't. What it held was too important. I woke to the dull ache of early morning sunlight pressing unevenly through the cracked blinds. The room smelled faintly of stale cigarettes and damp plaster, a wooden frame creaking somewhere beyond the thin walls. My hands were curled, fingertips still numb from where I'd gripped the diary last night, its pages fraying like the edges of my patience. I blinked against the light, trying to shake the fog of restless sleep, but the images from the entries lingered, vivid and insistent. The diary lay open on the floor beside the bed. I could still see the neat loops and jagged strokes of my own handwriting, recording fears I didn't even know I had, secrets I never admitted aloud, not even to myself. The words weren't just stories. They were confessions. Confessions from guests who had stayed here before me, trapped in this liminal space, all written by my hand. How was that even possible? The question had no answer, but the answer didn't matter anymore. What mattered was what I'd done with that knowledge. I sat up slowly, the mattress springs groaning. The diary felt heavier today, like it carried a weight beyond ink and paper. I could almost hear the motel's walls whispering something about being seen, about what happens when you try to outrun yourself. I thought the motel was just a stopover, a place to sleep and move on. But it wasn't. Not really. It was a mirror. A trap. And maybe, just maybe, a chance. Outside, a dog barked somewhere far off, its sound bouncing over the cracked asphalt and empty fields. There was a faint hum of a distant highway, the kind of white noise you don't notice until it stops. I stood, stretching muscles stiff from hours of tension. The room was colder than I remembered, the thin air tasting metallic and sharp against my tongue. I didn't want to leave, not just yet. Not without understanding what I'd stumbled into. The diary had become more than a curiosity. It was a puzzle piece that didn't fit anywhere else in my life until now. I flipped through the pages again, slower this time, looking for patterns. Names, dates, fears repeated like a refrain, abandonment, failure, loneliness, the gnawing dread of being erased or forgotten. Each entry felt like a scream muffled in a glass jar. But the strangest part was how familiar they all were. The same anxieties that haunted me, sometimes in whispers, sometimes in shouts. I wasn't alone in this. None of us were. By midday, I found myself pacing the parking lot, the diary tucked under my arm like a secret I wasn't sure I wanted to keep. The sun was hot, and the sky a relentless blue, so clear it hurt my eyes. A car passed slowly, dust trailing behind it like a ghost. No one stopped. No one cared. The motel was a forgotten place on a forgotten road. I wondered if anyone else had ever tried to leave, to break the cycle of fear and silence that the place seemed to breed. The diary hinted at others who had tried. Some had left entries filled with hope, others with despair. None had finished the story. None had found peace. I thought about my own story, about what had brought me here, to this crumbling roadside motel, to this strange book written in my hand. I realized I'd been running in circles, chasing shadows of myself I didn't want to face. But maybe that was the point. Maybe the only way out was through. I sat on the cracked concrete step by the office, the sun baking my back, and I opened the diary once more. This time, I began to write. Not about fears or secrets, but about truths, small, honest things about who I was and who I wanted to be. I wrote about the loneliness that had felt like a cage, about the mistakes I'd made and the chances I still hoped to take. The pen moved steadily, the words grounding me in a way that felt almost like breathing. A breeze stirred the pages, soft and cool. I looked up and noticed the motel sign, its faded letters silhouetted against the sky. It wasn't just a sign anymore. It was a marker. A place where people came to confront themselves, whether they knew it or not. The afternoon slipped into evening, and the motel settled into its usual quiet hum. I closed the diary gently, my fingers lingering on the worn cover. For the first time, the fear felt distant, like a shadow retreating at dusk. I wasn't sure if the diary was a curse or a gift. Maybe it was both. But I was done hiding from it. Done hiding from myself. I stood and stretched again, looking down the empty highway. The road was long and uncertain, but it was waiting. I could leave any time. Or I could stay a little longer and finish what I'd started, not just on paper, but in myself. Before I turned back inside, I took one last breath of the dry, dusty air. It tasted faintly of rain and something else, hope, maybe. Or just the promise of morning after a long, dark night. I walked back into the room, closing the door behind me. The diary rested on the bed, a quiet witness to the end of one story and the beginning of another. The motel was still here, but so was I. Story 3, Haunted Carnival Revival, Curse Rides Awaken. The first time I saw the carnival, it was nothing more than a ghost stuck in a photograph. I didn't plan to go back. But curiosity has a way of gnawing at you. I kept thinking about that eerie quiet, about the way the carousel horses looked like they'd just stopped mid-gallop, frozen in time. I even went back twice more, always at twilight, the shadows stretching longer, the sky bruised purple and orange. The carnival remained still, untouched, except for the way the wind whispered through broken tents and rusted poles. It smelled faintly musty, like wet fabric and old memories. Then, just yesterday, something changed. I was on my way home from work, tired and half distracted by a podcast, when I noticed lights flickering beyond the trees. Not the usual blinking bulbs of a working carnival, but something sharper, more deliberate. A glow that didn't belong. I stopped. Max tugged at his leash, restless, ears twitching. The air had shifted. It wasn't just cooler, it was colder, but not in a way that made me want to shiver. More like a quiet warning you hear just before a storm. I edged closer, keeping to the shadows. The carnival was alive. Not with people, no. The place was empty. But the rides were moving. Slowly, almost hesitantly, the Ferris wheel turned its creaky circle, squeaking against the night air. The carousel spun, horses arching up and down like they'd been given breath again. The booths, some with tattered curtains still intact, held glowing prizes on shelves that seemed freshly stocked. I blinked, unsure if I was dreaming or seeing things through a cracked lens. I called my sister later that night, trying to sound casual. "You know the carnival by the woods?" "Yeah, it's open again." "Sort of. No one's there, but the rides, they're working." My voice cracked a little. "I don't get it." "Probably some kids messing around." "You know how people are," she said, but the doubt in her tone was clear. Except I wasn't convinced. There was something off about the way the carnival had come back. Like it was waiting for someone or something. This morning, I couldn't stay away. I left Max with my roommate and walked back toward the carnival just after sunrise. The dew on the grass caught the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, sparkling like tiny shards of glass underfoot. The air smelled cleaner now, less like damp old fabric and more like fresh paint or new plastic. It was disorienting. As I approached, I noticed the ticket booth wasn't boarded up anymore. The glass was clear, and inside, a small stack of tokens sat on the counter. No attendant. Just a sign in faded red letters reading 1 token per visitor. I hesitated. The idea of taking one felt wrong, like stealing from a place that wasn't meant to be touched. But the pull was too strong. I reached out. The tokens were cool and smooth, heavy in my palm. Something about the whole scene felt staged, like a trap set with care. I stood there, debating whether to leave when a soft chime rang out from the direction of the ring toss booth. The game was operating by itself. Metal hoops floated on thin wires, gently spinning around the bottles below. A single hoop fell into place, clinking softly. A prize, an old-fashioned stuffed bear with one eye missing, rolled out onto the counter. I blinked. The bear looked familiar. I swear I'd seen it before, somewhere in a dusty corner of my childhood memories. I reached for it. The fabric was rough, the stitching loose. The smell was faint but unmistakable, old leather mixed with something sour, like forgotten sweat and dust. Then I noticed a small slip of paper tucked inside the bear's arm. I pulled it out carefully. "Find what you fear. Lose what you hide." My hands trembled. The words weren't printed neatly. They looked scrawled, hurried. Behind the note, a faded map showed the carnival layout, but there was one area I hadn't seen before, a narrow path leading into the woods, marked simply, "The Hidden." I looked around. The rides kept turning, the lights blinking softly, but no one else was here. No one. I wanted to drop everything and run back to normal life, to the safety of my apartment and the hum of fluorescent lights at work. But something held me there, rooted like a tree. Maybe it was the thrill of uncovering a secret, or maybe the stubborn part of me that refuses to look away when things don't add up. I tucked the token and the bear into my jacket pocket and took a step toward that narrow path. The air smelled different here, damp and earthy, but with a sharp edge like something decaying just out of sight. The woods around the carnival had always felt thick and oppressive, but now, walking beneath the twisted branches, I felt watched. Not by animals, or the wind, but something else. Something patient. I tried to shake the feeling. Tried to tell myself it was just the setting sun casting long shadows, the kind that mess with your mind after a long day. But I couldn't forget the note. The words whispered again inside my head, louder this time. Find what you fear. Lose what you hide. That's when I realized this wasn't just a carnival reopening. It was a lure. And I was already caught. The woods didn't loosen their grip as I stepped deeper onto the narrow path. The note's words echoed again. Find what you fear. Lose what you hide. That wasn't just a slogan. It was a warning. I forced my feet forward, branches scraping my arms as I moved. At some point, the path widened almost like a clearing, but the carnival's glow was nowhere near. Instead, a subtle hum vibrated in the air, faint but distinct. It wasn't the usual carnival noise. No laughter, no music, no clinking of coins or chatter. Just a low, steady drone, like a machine running somewhere behind the trees. I stopped, listening. The hum shifted, modulating in pitch, almost like a voice trying to form words but failing. I pressed my hand against the rough bark of a tree, grounding myself. The woods around me felt too quiet, too still, as if the trees themselves were holding their breath. I pulled my phone out and flipped on the flashlight. The beam cut through the shadows, illuminating a narrow trail veering off to the left. Something caught my eye there, an old, rusted sign, half buried in moss and leaves. It read, "The Funhouse, enter if you dare." The lettering was faded but still legible, the paint peeling like old skin. I remembered the funhouse from the carnival's heyday, a place I'd avoided as a kid because its mirrors always felt wrong, distorting more than just your reflection. I stepped toward the sign, fingers brushing the cold metal. The hum grew louder, more insistent, like a heartbeat beneath the earth. I hesitated. Behind me, the forest seemed to lean in. Something flickered in the corner of my eye, a shadow moving just beyond the reach of the light. When I spun around, nothing was there. My breath caught. The token in my pocket felt unbearably hot now, pulsing against my skin. I forced myself to walk forward, toward the funhouse entrance. The door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness yawning inside. I reached out, pushing it open, and a rush of stale air, heavy with dust and something sour, hit me. Inside, the floorboards creaked underfoot. The faint smell of popcorn lingered, mixed with something metallic. The walls were lined with cracked mirrors, their surfaces warped and fogged. Each step I took twisted my reflection into grotesque, exaggerated shapes. My face stretched wide, then shrunk thin, eyes multiplied and vanished, smiles turned into grimaces. I pressed my palm to one of the mirrors, the glass cold and sticky. Then I heard it, a soft voice, barely a whisper, like someone breathing just behind the mirror. "Find what you fear." My heart hammered in my chest. I turned quickly, but the room was empty except for the distorted reflections. A shiver ran down my spine. The token burned against my jacket again. I took a step back when a sudden clatter echoed from the far end of the funhouse. Boxes toppled over, a pile of stuffed animals and prizes spilling onto the floor. I squinted into the darkness, trying to make out shapes, but the light flickered violently. The ceiling fan above me groaned, wobbling as if it might come crashing down. I swallowed hard. This wasn't just a relic of the past. Someone had been here recently. Someone who wanted me to find this place. I pulled my phone back out, trying to get a signal. Nothing. The screen flashed no service. Of course. I backed toward the door, but it slammed shut before I could reach it. The sudden noise made me jump, and the token almost slipped from my grasp. I fumbled with the door handle, rattling it, but it wouldn't budge. Panic prickled at the edges of my mind. The mirrors now reflected not just me, but shadows moving behind me. I spun around again, heart pounding, but the room was empty. The voice whispered again, closer this time. "Lose what you hide." I pressed my back against the door, breathing uneven, every nerve on edge. The blackness behind the mirrors seemed to thicken, swallowing the light. I didn't know what to do. I was alone, trapped in a place that knew things about me I hadn't even admitted to myself. The token throbbed like it had a pulse of its own. My fingers trembled as I gripped it. Then, through the heavy silence, I heard footsteps. Slow. Steady. Coming from outside the funhouse. I pressed my ear to the door. The footsteps paused. Then a voice, low and calm, spoke from the other side. "You found it." The words sent a cold wave through me. "Who's there?" I demanded, voice shaking. Silence. Then, "We've been waiting." Waiting for what? For me to walk right into the trap, I realized. For me to lose myself inside whatever game this was. The light flickered again, and in that brief glow, I thought I saw a face reflected in the mirror, someone watching, waiting. I sank down on the floor, back still against the door. The token lay heavy in my palm, a key and a curse. I had no idea how deep this went yet. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going anywhere until I did. And whatever was out there, it was still watching. The moment stretched thin, stretched tight. "I know you're there," I said, voice breaking. "Why are you waiting? What do you want from me?" No answer. Just the faint creak of the old floorboard settling, or maybe that was just my imagination. The reflection in the mirror flickered again, a shadow shifting too fast for my eyes to catch. I blinked, then leaned in closer. The glass was cracked, but I thought I saw more than my own face. Someone else. Watching. I shoved myself up and pressed my ear against the door, willing to hear anything, breathing, movement, a whisper. Nothing. The token burned against my palm. I swallowed hard. I didn't want to be the first to move, but I couldn't just sit there. I slid the token into the small slot carved into the door frame, the one I hadn't noticed before. It fit perfectly. The token clicked, and the door groaned open a fraction, enough to slip through. The air beyond the doorway was thick and stale, smelling of mildew and old popcorn. The carnival outside was quieter now, the ride still turning slowly, lights blinking like tired eyes. But there was a new weight in the air, something waiting beneath the surface. I stepped out, the rough gravel crunching beneath my shoes. The night was cold, but sweat slicked my palms. I glanced behind me. The funhouse door was still slightly ajar, the token's faint glow dimming inside. "Who's there?" I called again, louder this time. My voice was swallowed by the empty midway. No answer. Ahead, the carousel spun lazily, horses frozen mid-gallop, their chipped paint peeling under the flickering bulbs. I forced myself to move toward the center of the carnival, toward the prize booths that still hummed with electricity despite the absence of any workers. One booth caught my eye, a small tent with a faded sign, "Secrets Revealed." The letters were nearly rubbed away, but the booth was lit, a single bulb dangling overhead. Inside, a glass case held a single object, a photo album, bound in cracked leather. I hesitated. Something told me to walk away. To run. But I didn't. I reached inside and flipped open the album. The pictures inside were all of people, familiar faces, strangers, and then me. Photos taken from angles I'd never seen, moments I'd thought private, the time I cried alone in my apartment, the nights I snuck out to drink, the looks I gave someone I shouldn't have trusted. I dropped the album, heart pounding. How did they get these? Who else's secrets did they have? A voice behind me made me jump. "You're deeper than most," it said, calm, close enough that I could smell the faint scent of tobacco and something metallic. I spun around. A man stepped out from the shadows, thin, pale, with eyes sharp and unreadable. He wasn't threatening, but he wasn't friendly either. "I'm sure you have a lot of questions," he said, "and I'm here to answer them. But first, you have to understand what this place really is." I swallowed. Why me? Why did I get the token? He smiled, a slow, deliberate curl of his lips. "Because you carry things. Secrets. Fears. Everyone here does. The carnival doesn't just reopen for any visitor. It chooses. I wanted to laugh, to say it was ridiculous. But something in his eyes stopped me. Choose what? I asked. To play a game. A test. But not the kind you win by luck or skill. This game digs into your mind, your past, your darkest moments. It uses them against you. And if you don't play right, if you don't survive, it takes you. Permanently. Permanently? The word felt wrong on my tongue. What does that mean? He shrugged, as if it were obvious. Vanished. Forgotten. Like you never existed. I blinked. The ground felt unsteady beneath my feet. Why? I whispered. Because secrets have power, and fear is currency. This carnival feeds on both. It's a trap. A trap set by people who know exactly how to break you. I glanced around. The rides, the empty booths, the shadows that seemed to lean closer. The token in my pocket burned hotter now, as if warning me. Can I leave? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shook his head. Not once you've found the token. Not once you've stepped this far in. You've crossed a point of no return. I felt a cold rush creep up my spine. The choice I thought I had was gone. The carnival was no longer just a place, it was a cage. And the lock was the token, beating steadily against my skin. Why me? I repeated, desperate for a different answer. Because you're curious, he said simply. Because you want to know. And because once you want it, you can't let go. Not without paying a price. The sky above was clouded now, the moon hidden behind thick gray. A distant dog barked twice, sharp and urgent. I took a shaky breath. The man stepped back into the shadows, leaving me alone with the silence and the weight of the token. I realized then that the carnival wasn't just reopening. It was awakening, alive with secrets and dangers I couldn't yet fully understand. And it had already claimed me. A sudden sharp noise made me jump. Turning quickly, I saw the funhouse door slam shut behind me with a final, heavy thud. There was no going back now. The token pulsed, and I felt the cold certainty settle in my chest. I was trapped. And the game had only just begun. The token throbbed against my palm like a heartbeat I couldn't escape. I took a step forward, then another, the floor creaking beneath my feet. The faded mirrors lining the narrow corridor reflected fragments of me, twisted, elongated, broken. My own eyes looked back with something I barely recognized. Fear? No, something sharper. A cold knot tightening in my gut. The token pulsed again, steady and sure, like it wanted me to follow. The hallway stretched endlessly, a tunnel of distorted reflections and peeling paint. Somewhere behind me, I thought I heard a faint scraping noise, like nails against wood. I spun around, heart hammering, but the corridor was empty. Just the mirrors and the shadows dancing in their glass. I told myself it was the wind. Or maybe a rat. Rational explanations. I needed them. The token's glow flickered, dimming then brightening like a weak pulse. It tugged me forward, and I obeyed, as if the token had a mind of its own. At the end of the hall, a door I hadn't noticed before appeared, black, unmarked, its surface chipped and worn. The edges were splintered, like it hadn't been opened in years. I pressed my hand against the cold wood. A shiver ran through me, but I pushed the door open. Inside was a small room, barely lit by a single flickering bulb overhead, its yellow light sputtering and threatening to give out. The smell of damp concrete and something else, something metallic, hit me. I swallowed hard, the metallic tang sharp on my tongue. The token pulsed faster, almost frantic now. The room was empty except for a chair facing a cracked screen mounted on the wall. The screen buzzed to life the moment I stepped in, static blurring into grainy black and white images. Faces appeared, people I didn't recognize at first, until I noticed the way the camera lingered on their eyes, their mouths, their nervous glances. I realized with a jolt they were all visitors. People who had come before me. I squinted, leaning closer. The grainy footage showed them wandering the carnival, clutching tokens like mine. Each one looked different, but their expressions were the same: confusion, then dread, then something darker. And then they vanished. The last frame always flickered out before I saw where. A soft voice crackled through a hidden speaker, low and measured. "You've come this far," it said. "You hold the token, but do you understand what it means?" I swallowed. "Who's there?" No answer. Just a drone of static and the faint echo of carnival music, distorted and slow, like a broken record. The screen switched scenes. Now, it showed me. Or rather, a reflection of me in the funhouse mirrors, twisting and multiplying. I felt sick. How was this possible? Had I been filmed all along? The token burned hotter in my palm, almost too hot to hold. Then the screen flickered again, this time showing a different scene, someone sitting alone in a dim room, head down, hands trembling. The voice returned, softer, almost pitying. "This is what you fear. What you hide. The truth you bury." I recognized the figure immediately. It was me. Not in the carnival, but months ago, in my apartment after a fight I tried to forget. The shame and guilt radiated from the screen like a physical weight. My hands trembled, and I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms. "You wanted answers," the voice whispered. "Now you see the cost." I jerked away from the screen, breath ragged. The door behind me creaked, and I half expected to see that shadowy man again, but the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was empty. The token pulsed once more, urgent, insistent. I had no choice but to follow. The hallway beyond was darker now, the peeling paint replaced by raw concrete and exposed pipes that groaned with unseen pressure. The smell of dampness grew stronger, mingling with the sharp scent of rust. My footsteps echoed hollowly, every sound amplified in the silence that stretched around me. At the end of the hall, a faint light spilled from beneath a heavy metal door. It was slightly ajar, and the token's glow flared wildly. I pushed it open. Inside was a room unlike the rest, clean, sterile, almost clinical. Bright white walls reflected the harsh light from a single fluorescent tube overhead. There was a table in the center, and on it, a small box made of dark wood, polished smooth. The token throbbed in my hand, almost begging me to open it. I hesitated. Something about the room felt wrong. Too quiet. Too controlled. Like a trap designed to lull me into a false sense of security before everything fell apart. Then I heard it, soft footsteps. Behind me. Slow, deliberate. I spun around. The corridor was empty, but the sound continued, growing nearer, echoing off the walls. My heart leapt into my throat. "Hello?" My voice was barely a whisper. "Who's there?" No response. Just the footsteps, then silence. I turned back to the box. The token pulsed once more. I lifted the lid. Inside was a mirror, small and cracked. My reflection stared back, fractured and fragmented. But as I looked, the image shifted. My face twisted with fear, my eyes darkened with secrets I hadn't dared to face. The mirror seemed to reach into me, dragging out memories I'd hidden deep, the betrayals, the lies, the moments of cowardice. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. I dropped the box, the crash loud in the stillness. The tokens glowed dimmed, then went dark. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind me. The fluorescent light flickered violently, then died, plunging me into pitch black. I was alone. Trapped. My breath came in ragged gasps. The silence pressed in, thick and suffocating. And then, faintly, I heard it again, whispers, just beyond the edge of hearing. Names. Secrets. Lies. The carnival wasn't just a place. It was a machine built to break you down, piece by piece, until there was nothing left. And I was already running out of time. The air was stale, thick with the scent of damp plaster and something sour I couldn't place. The darkness still clung to the room like a shroud, swallowing every sound except the echo of my breathing. I pressed my back against the cold wall, fingers trembling as I sought the token on the floor. It was there, lifeless and dull, as if whatever power it held had finally given up. I sat there for what felt like hours, though the clock on my phone, dead battery, offered no proof. Just silence. Complete silence. No whispers. No footsteps. Just the distant murmur of the carnival outside, like a ghostly pulse in the night. I tried to steady myself, tried to think through the flood of images the mirror had thrown at me, the betrayals, the lies, all the things I'd buried beneath layers of denial. Faces I'd avoided, truths I told myself didn't matter. They weren't just memories anymore. They were tools aimed straight at the heart of who I thought I was. When the emergency lights blinked back on, harsh and flickering, I stood slowly, muscles stiff from sitting too long in the cold. The door that had slammed shut was now slightly ajar, as if inviting me to leave or daring me to stay. Outside, the carnival was quieter than before, though the ride still moved, slow and mechanical. The carousel spun in place, its chipped horses frozen in mid-gallop, and the prize booths glowed faintly, their colors muted under the moonlight. No one else was around. I could feel the weight of that emptiness pressing down on me. I walked toward the exit, the gravel crunching underfoot, each step louder than the last. The token weighed heavy in my pocket, a reminder of the trap I'd narrowly escaped. But I knew the carnival wasn't done. It never was. Back in the woods, the trees stood like silent sentinels, branches brushing against each other in a restless wind. I pulled my jacket tighter, the chill biting through the fabric. I kept looking back over my shoulder, half expecting to see a shadow, someone watching, waiting. But there was only darkness. The next morning, sunlight did little to ease the shadows in my mind. I sat at the kitchen table, coffee cooling beside me, the token spread out like a puzzle piece I'd never wanted to fit into the bigger picture. I'd called the local sheriff, told him about the carnival, the rides, the prizes, but the line was dead. No one else reported anything. No missing persons, no strange activity. Just my story, which sounded insane. That's when I realized the carnival fed on silence as much as fear. It thrived on people not talking, not connecting the dots. It worked quietly, methodically, until the next visitor wandered in, token in hand, and the cycle restarted. Weeks passed. I stopped answering my phone. I didn't check my mail. I even avoided the news, afraid I'd see a headline about someone else gone, another name lost to the carnival's hunger. I kept the token hidden in a box under my bed, a grim souvenir of a night I wished I could forget. But forgetting wasn't an option. The carnival had changed me. It peeled back the layers I'd built around myself, exposed the cracks I thought were invisible. I saw now how much of my life was a performance, a series of half-truths stitched together to keep the fear at bay. I began to write everything down, the token, the mirror, the whispers. Not for anyone else, but for me. To remember what I'd faced. to remind myself that the carnival's trap wasn't just about disappearing bodies. It was about erasing people from the inside out, one secret at a time. One night, months later, I found myself standing at the edge of the woods again, the carnival's lights faint in the distance. I didn't go in. I didn't want to. But I needed to know if it was still there, still waiting. The rides were dark, the booths shuttered. No prizes. No tokens. The place looked abandoned, like it had never been reopened at all. But the smell lingered, cotton candy mixed with something old and metallic. A scent that stuck to my skin and wouldn't wash away. I turned away, heart heavy but a little lighter. I wasn't the same person who'd walked into that carnival months ago, token in hand, terrified and alone. I had scars now, sure, but also a kind of quiet strength. I'd faced the worst parts of myself, even if it nearly broke me. The carnival might still be out there, waiting for the next visitor, the next secret. But whatever it was, I wouldn't be its victim again. As I walked back to my car, the woods whispered behind me. Names. Secrets. Lies. But this time, I didn't listen. The night air felt cool against my skin, but inside, a fire burned steady. I flicked the token between my fingers one last time before pocketing it. Some doors closed quietly, and some slammed shut. This one was locked for good. Ahead, the road stretched wide and empty, promising freedom beyond the shadows I'd left behind. Story 4, Vanishing Riders, the taxi stand's time loop. The city feels different at night. I'm Chris, by the way. I work late hours at a bookstore downtown, mostly restocking shelves and dealing with the occasional grumpy customer who insists on buying real paperbacks instead of ebooks. Nothing glamorous. Nothing out of the ordinary. But because my shifts ended late, I got into this habit of catching a cab from that particular stand on 9th and Main. It's a quiet corner, a block away from the busier bars and theaters, lit by that one flickering street lamp that has the weird habit of going out for exactly 7 seconds every time a taxi pulls up. I don't know why that detail stuck with me. Maybe because it felt like a bad omen in the back of my mind, but I shrugged it off more times than I can count. Most nights, the queue was predictable. A few people waiting, shuffling forward as cabs arrived, faces tired or impatient. But then, last Thursday, something shifted. I remember it because I was unusually distracted, too much caffeine, maybe, or just the kind of tired that makes your vision go blurry on the edges. I stepped out of the bookstore around 11:15 p.m., the air crisp and smelling faintly of damp concrete and leftover popcorn from the theater next door. The line at the stand was short, only 3 people ahead of me, a woman in a red coat with a stubborn scowl, a man fiddling with his phone, and an older guy who looked like he'd been waiting forever, his face set in some kind of quiet resignation. When the first taxi pulled up, the woman in the red coat stepped forward, glanced at the driver, then climbed in without a word. I watched the taxi's taillights disappear around the corner and then blinked, and suddenly, she was gone from the line. That's normal, right? People get in cabs, they leave. But the older man? He was gone too. Just vanished. Not around the corner, not stepping back, gone. Like he hadn't been there at all. I blinked again, looking around, maybe hoping someone else would notice or that I'd misread the whole thing. But the man in the middle was still there, and now in front of him stood a young woman I didn't recognize, wearing a green scarf and holding a crumpled tote bag. She looked confused, glancing around like she wasn't sure where she was. I wanted to ask if she was okay, but before I could, the taxi came back, stopped, and the man in the middle climbed in without a word. The young woman stepped forward, and as she did, the man disappeared too. I rubbed my eyes, tasted the bitter sting of anxiety rising, and leaned against the cold metal post holding the street lamp. The light flickered, went out for 7 seconds exactly, and when it came back, the queue had shifted again. Two new faces, younger this time, both looking oddly familiar but from nowhere I could place. They exchanged a glance, hesitant, like they were waiting for someone else to say something first. The whole thing lasted less than 5 minutes. By the time I got into the cab, the stand was empty except for me. The driver, an older man named Sam who I'd ridden with 12 times, glanced in the rearview mirror and said, "Late night, huh? You look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed it off. "Hardly. Just a weird night." But I wasn't so sure. My hands trembled slightly as I pulled out my phone to check the time. 11:26 p.m. No messages. No calls. Just the quiet hum of the city outside. I tried to put it out of my mind when I got home. The apartment smelled like stale coffee and old books. I flicked on the kettle, paced the floor while waiting for it to boil, and stared at the muted glow of the streetlights filtering through the curtains. The images from the taxi stand kept flashing through my head. Faces disappearing. Reappearing. Shifting like a bad dream that refuses to let you wake up. I told myself it was just exhaustion. A trick of light and fatigue. You know how that sounds, but I swear, something about those people didn't add up. It was as if they were caught in some endless loop, stepping in and out of time, except time was broken. Or maybe someone was breaking it for them. Sleep didn't come easy. I kept hearing distant footsteps outside my window, soft and irregular, like someone pacing or waiting. Maybe it was just the city settling down, but the sound gnawed at me. I wondered if I should call someone, or write it off as paranoia. Instead, I found myself scribbling names, times, and details in a notebook I didn't even remember grabbing. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in ghosts or curses. But that night, I realized there was something very wrong with that taxi stand. Something no driver, no passenger, wanted to talk about. And if I didn't figure it out soon, I might end up next in that shifting line, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind nothing but the faint smell of damp concrete and popcorn. The city's shadows seemed thicker there, swallowing sound and light alike, as if guarding secrets too dark to share. The next morning, the city crawled awake beneath a thin veil of mist, the first week sunlight struggling through the grime on my window. I wasn't sure how long I'd stared at the pages before a low knock at the door startled me. Not the usual rattle of wind or stray cat claws. Real. Persistent. Hesitant, like someone unsure if they should bother. "Hey, it's me," came a voice, softer than I expected. It was Clara, the barista from the corner cafe, the one who caught me staring blankly while I sipped my cold coffee the night before. She must have remembered my distracted state. I opened the door, surprised to see her standing there, arms crossed, the usual easy smile replaced by something tighter around the edges. "You looked like you hadn't slept," she said, glancing past me into the room. "Still on about that taxi stand?" I nodded, motioning her in. "Yeah. You know that place? The one by 5th and Main?" She shrugged off her jacket and sat on the edge of the worn armchair, pulling her knees close. "I've worked nearby for years. It's weird. People vanish sometimes. Not just a missed ride. Like they were swallowed whole. I thought it was just a rumor mill, you know? Trunks disappearing, maybe someone running off." I pulled the notebook closer and showed her the list. "Look at this." I tracked some of the names from the stand. They all checked in around the same time, but then they vanish hours later. Or sometimes they're replaced like they never left. Her eyes flicked over the page, lips tightening. "That's how it started for me," she said quietly. "One guy, a regular customer. He stepped into a cab at that stand, late night. Next day, no one saw him again. Not at the cafe, not at his apartment. Gone. The air between us thickened, the kind of silence that doesn't ask for reassurance but demands it. I swallowed, trying to keep the dry taste of anxiety from rising. Have you told anyone else? I asked. Who? The cops. They think it's just people running away from their problems. She laughed bitterly. Besides, there's no proof. Just stories. And I'm not about to get branded as crazy. I nodded, understanding more than I wanted to admit. No one wants to chase shadows, especially in a city that swallows people whole every day. We decided to go back to the stand. Tonight. I didn't want to go alone, but there was no way I could let this go. Not after last night. Not after the way the line shifted like some cruel joke, the faces from my past slipping in and out of time like ghosts with agendas. The afternoon passed in a blur. I replayed every detail, trying to catch something I missed, the smell of damp concrete mixed with popcorn that hummed faintly in the air, cold and heavy with silence, the flickering orange streetlight that buzzed erratically, casting jittery shadows on the pavement, the uneven chatter of drunks and late-night workers, their voices blending into an indistinct hum. At 5, Clara met me outside the cafe. She looked more collected than this morning but carried a nervous energy that made my stomach clench. The taxi stand was quieter than I expected. Early evening traffic hummed in the background, but the usual crowd was sparse, the street lamps flickering on one by one. The air was cooler now, a dampness creeping in that made my jacket feel heavier. We stood a few feet from the line, watching. The queue stretched across the pavement, a ragged mix of tired faces, some familiar from the previous night's list. A man in a threadbare coat stood near the front, his eyes darted around nervously. A woman with bright red hair clutched a worn leather bag, her expression blank, as if waiting for something she wasn't sure would come. Look, Clara whispered, nodding toward a middle-aged man stepping into a cab that idled nearby. I stiffened. He was the same one who'd disappeared last week. Same coat, same hesitant glance back at the line before he climbed in. We waited. Minutes ticked by, stretched thin by the city's sounds, the distant rumble of a train, the crunch of footsteps on gravel, the occasional bark of a dog. Then, suddenly, the man was gone. No cab door shutting, no engine roaring away. Just gone. My breath hitched. Clara grabbed my arm. Did you see that? She asked. I did. I tried to sound calm, but my throat felt tight and dry. We moved closer to the spot where the man had stood, scanning the cracked pavement and the street's edge. There was nothing, no sign he'd left, no other footprints, no discarded items. The line shifted again. Faces I recognized began to emerge, people I hadn't seen in years, neighbors who disappeared without explanation, old coworkers who vanished from their apartments. Clara's voice was barely audible. This isn't random. It's systematic. I nodded. It's like the stand itself is swallowing them. But who? And why? We decided to split up. Clara would ask around at the cafe tomorrow, see if anyone else had noticed anything strange, any odd rides, unfamiliar drivers, suspicious regulars. I planned to visit the local taxi company, see if I could get access to records or driver logs. Maybe there was a pattern, an off-the-books driver, someone exploiting the confusion. As we left the stand, the streetlights flickered again, and I caught the faintest trace of that popcorn smell lingering on the breeze. Back at my apartment, sleep was impossible. The footsteps outside returned, slower this time, deliberate. I pressed my ear to the window, heart hammering as the sound stopped abruptly. I knew I was being watched. And now it wasn't just the missing people I had to worry about. It was me. Tomorrow, I would dig deeper. I had to. Because the line wasn't just shifting through time, it was closing in. The city's shadows weren't just swallowing sound and light anymore. They were swallowing me. The footsteps stopped just outside my window again. I held my breath, pressed flat against the cold glass, willing the night to swallow me whole. Silence. Complete silence. The faint rustle of leaves in the gutter, the distant hum of a car, then nothing but the steady thump of my heart in my ears. It was almost cruel how close this sound had been, so deliberate, so slow, like whoever was out there wanted me to know they were watching, but not enough to reveal themselves. I didn't sleep. Instead, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the dark patch where the window met the wall, fingers twitching, tasting the stale air. That popcorn smell had returned, faint but unmistakable, drifting in from the street like a bad joke. Morning came too quickly, dragging me out with a weight in my chest that felt like lead. Clara's voice was already buzzing on the phone when I finally answered. I asked around the cafe, she said, voice low. Nobody's noticed anything weird about the drivers, no strange faces or anything. But get this, some of the regulars mentioned a guy. A driver who only shows up after midnight, never before, never after 3 a.m. He's always quiet, doesn't take notes, no one knows his name. I rubbed my eyes, the dry skin cracking. That's exactly the window when the shifts happen. You think he's connected? Maybe. But it gets weirder. One of the waitresses said she saw him helping an elderly woman into his cab a few nights ago. The woman disappeared the next day. No calls, no sightings. My fingers tightened into fists. That's the pattern. People vanish after those rides. But why would a driver do that? What's his end game? Clara's sigh came through the line, sharp and tired. I don't know. But we have to find out. I'm going back tonight to keep an eye on the cafe, see if anyone else talks. I agreed, then hung up, the silence in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay pressing in again. I needed more than hearsay. I had to see the records, the logs from the taxi company. Maybe there was a paper trail, a glitch in the system, something that would make sense of the madness. When I stepped outside, the street smelled faintly of rain and diesel, mixed with that popcorn scent again, strange, almost sweet, like burnt sugar. The taxi stand was empty, except for the flickering street lamp that cast long shadows across the cracked pavement. I ran my hands over the rough plaster of the nearby wall, grounding myself before heading to the taxi company's office, just a few blocks away. The city stirred awake, the usual noises pressing in, car horns, barking dogs, a woman shouting for her kid. Inside the office, the receptionist barely looked up when I asked for access to the driver logs. You'll need permission, she said, voice clipped. From management. I nodded, tried not to sound desperate. It's about some missing people. I think the records might help. She hesitated, then slid a form across the desk. Fill this out. They'll call you back. I sat there, the paper stiff under my fingers, heart thudding. This was a dead end, but I couldn't stop now. Not when the line was closing in around me, tightening like a noose. Back outside, the city had grown louder, but something felt off. People passed me with quickened steps, eyes flickering sideways, as if they sensed something I didn't. The taxi stand remained empty, but I caught a glimpse of a man watching me from across the street, a shadow against the bright storefronts. His eyes were sharp, calculating. I turned away before he could catch my gaze. That night, I returned to the stand, hoping to catch a glimpse of the mysterious driver Clara mentioned. The air was colder now, sharp enough to bite through my jacket. The street lamp buzzed and sputtered, the popcorn scent thickening, almost nauseating. The queue was already forming, but the faces were all wrong, older, younger, people I recognized from faded memories, not the present. A woman in a red coat stood beside me, her eyes glassy, distant. "You shouldn't be here," she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. "Crazy, right?" I blinked, heart spiking. "Do I know you?" She shook her head, stepping back into the crowd. The line shifted again. People disappeared, replaced by others from times long past. The air grew heavy with unspoken warnings. Then I saw him. The driver. The man from Clara's story. He stepped out of a black sedan, his face unreadable, eyes like cold steel. He didn't smile or speak. He just stood there, watching. I wanted to run, to scream, but my feet were glued to the spot. He looked at me, then at the queue. "You can't leave," he said quietly. "Not now." "What do you mean?" I asked, voice rough. His smile was thin, almost sad. "You've crossed the line. Once you start looking, there's no going back. The rides, they're not just rides. They're choices. Choices." My stomach twisted. What choice was there in disappearing without a trace? What was waiting for those who vanished? I thought about the missing, the ones who'd stepped into taxis, never to be seen again. Were they trapped somewhere? Or worse, were they still out here, shadows in the crowd, forgotten? I took a step back. I don't want any part of this. The driver's gaze didn't waver. Too late. Behind him, the queue began to move again, faces dissolving into the night like smoke. I realized then that the shift wasn't just about time, it was about control. I was inside the pattern now. No way out. The street lamp flickered violently, plunging the stand into darkness for a heartbeat before buzzing back to life. The popcorn smell swirled around me, thick and cloying, and I understood. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. And I was the next passenger. I should have listened. The street lamp above me hummed again, that irritating buzz stretching the silence into something unbearable. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like they were buried in wet sand. The queue behind me rippled, faces melting away and reforming like a bad dream. People I had never seen before, then others I recognized from news clippings, missing persons, their photos pinned to faded bulletin boards in police stations. Their smiles were hollow, their eyes dead. I swallowed hard. This was no accident. No coincidence. The taxi door creaked open. I hesitated, breathing shallow. The driver's hand rested casually on the roof, waiting. The smell of popcorn grew more pungent, almost suffocating. I glanced down the street empty. Silent. The faintest scrape of something dragging across asphalt caught my attention, but when I looked back, the line had shifted again. It was faster now. Faces blurred, voices hissed in static. I stepped forward, almost against my will. The driver's mouth twitched into a grin, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Get in," he said, voice low and steady. "You don't have a choice." I climbed inside the cab. The door slammed shut behind me. The interior was stale, smelling of damp fabric and old leather. The driver started the engine without a word, and the car pulled away from the stand, tires whispering over cracked pavement. Outside, the streetlights flickered, casting long shadows that stretched and bent like they were alive. The driver didn't turn to look at me once. His hands gripped the wheel like he was holding on to something just out of reach. I tried to steady my breathing. The popcorn smell was still there, faint but clinging. My mind raced with questions I didn't want to ask out loud. Where was he taking me? What happened to the others? Were they trapped somewhere? Or worse, lost forever in some invisible net? The cab turned onto a side street I didn't recognize, narrower and darker. The buildings leaned in close, their windows shattered or boarded up. We passed a flickering neon sign, the letters half burned out, motel. The driver slowed but didn't stop. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the rearview mirror. Pale. Eyes wide. Hands trembling on my lap. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. "What do you want from me?" I finally whispered. He didn't answer. Instead, he flicked on the radio. Static burst through the speakers, then a voice crackled in and out, repeating the same phrase over and over. "Time is the trap. Time is the trap." I pressed my hands against the seat, knuckles white. That phrase knotted something deep inside me, like the edge of a memory just out of reach. The taxi slowed again, then stopped in front of a building with peeling paint and a crooked porch light. The door was slightly ajar, swinging in the cold wind. "Out," the driver said, voice flat. I hesitated. The air smelled damp and sour, like forgotten things. The distant sound of a dog barking broke the silence, sharp and urgent. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs. I didn't want to get out, but I knew I had no choice. Stepping onto the cracked sidewalk, I noticed the rough plaster walls, stained and pocked with mold. The porch creaked underfoot. Inside, the darkness was thick, swallowing the weak streetlight's reach. I could hear footsteps upstairs, slow and deliberate. "Who's there?" I called, voice trembling. No answer. I edged inside. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of mildew and something faintly metallic. My fingers brushed against a dusty banister as I climbed the stairs, each step groaning underfoot. The hallway above was lined with closed doors, their peeling paint cracked like dead skin. A door at the end stood slightly open, a dull orange glow spilling out. I approached, heartbeat hammering. The room was empty except for a small table, on which lay a stack of old photographs. I picked one up, hands shaking. It was a picture of me. But not now. From years ago. Younger. Smiling. Standing at this very same taxi stand. I dropped the photo, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. Was this some kind of sick joke? How could that be possible? A sound made me spin around, a soft shuffle, just beyond the doorway. I caught a glimpse of a figure retreating into the shadows. No face. Just a presence. I stepped forward, then stopped. The door slammed shut with a sudden, violent bang. Darkness swallowed me whole. I fumbled for the door handle. Locked. Frozen in place, I pressed my ear to the wood, straining to hear anything. The faint sound of breathing echoed back. Slow. Steady. Not mine. Panic clawed at my throat. I pounded on the door. "Let me out." My voice cracked, raw and desperate. The breathing stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then, from the other side, a whisper. "The rides aren't about time. They're about who controls it." A breath. Closer. I backed away, hands sliding down the wall, heart racing. The glow from under the door flickered, then died. Darkness. No way out. I sank to the floor, knees against my chest. The stale air pressed in, thick and suffocating. I tried to slow my breathing, to think. The photographs. The taxi stand. The driver. The phrase on the radio. Time was the trap. But who was the trapper? And how long had I been caught? A faint creak from the floor above made me freeze. Footsteps. Closer now. Too close. I pressed myself into a corner, the rough plaster biting into my skin. The door rattled as something or someone pushed against it, slow and deliberate. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. No tool. No escape. Just the cold, creeping certainty that this was the end of the line. Then, a voice. Not the driver's. Soft. Familiar. Why did you come here? My eyes snapped open. The face in the doorway was one I hadn't expected to see. It was her. The first person who vanished from the stand. And she was smiling. The taxi stand was quieter than usual when I arrived at night. No usual hum of impatient murmurs, no shuffling feet, just the occasional scrape of a shoe against the cracked pavement. The street lamp flickered, casting a sputtering pool of light where the yellow cabs lined up like tired soldiers. I pulled my coat tighter around me. October air, damp and biting enough to make my breath curl against the cold. A distant dog barked, sharp and sudden, then faded into the night. I glanced at my watch. 10 minutes past 11. I'd spent the last week tracking the shifting queue, trying to catch whatever force spent time in this small corner of the city. The faces that appeared, the ones who vanished mere moments after stepping into a cab, they weren't ghosts or tricks of the mind. No, they were people. People who'd disappeared. And now, I thought, I was standing right where it all began. I saw her first, Margaret. Same coat, same tired smile. The woman who vanished 2 weeks ago, lost in the shuffle of this strange, hour-slipping queue. She looked right at me, eyes wide but strangely calm, as if she recognized me, or maybe hoped I'd come for her. Margaret? I said, voice rough, barely above a whisper. She nodded, stepping forward, but then she hesitated. Her gaze flicked over her shoulder. They're watching, she said, voice trembling. You don't belong here. A chill ran down my spine, but I forced myself to stay still. Who's watching? What's happening here? She looked away, lost in some silent struggle. Then she touched my arm, light and fleeting. It's not about time. It's about taking. About control. You have to stop riding the cabs. I blinked, confusion gnawing at me. Stop riding the cabs? Not the cabs. The drivers. The words hit me like a cold wave. I'd been hunting the pattern, the disappearances, the shifting hours of the queue. But the drivers? The idea had never crossed my mind. It made a strange, terrible kind of sense. I stepped back as a taxi pulled up, its engine idling low and steady. The driver's face was shadowed beneath the brim of his cap, but I caught the faintest smile, one that didn't reach his eyes. I felt a sudden squeeze in my chest, like a hand closing around my ribs. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. Instead, I did something I'm not proud of. I stepped into the cab. The door closed behind me with a soft click. Inside, the air smelled of stale coffee and upholstery worn thin by years of use. The driver didn't speak, just nodded toward the meter. I took a breath, watching his hands on the wheel. Why? I asked quietly. Why the disappearances? He glanced at me, eyes sharp and unreadable. People don't just vanish, he said, voice low. They fold into the hours. Into the stops they never make. Into the moments they skip. I wanted to argue, to demand clarity, but the words caught in my throat. The city lights blurred past, the familiar streets twisted into something else, something harder to recognize. The cab wasn't moving, not really. We were suspended somewhere between minutes, between decisions. Look, he said, voice softer now. You think you're chasing ghosts, but these rides, they're traps. The drivers? We're the keepers. Not monsters, not villains. Just caretakers of the time that slips away when no one's looking. I shook my head, disbelief and exhaustion crashing over me. Caretakers? That sounds like a story you tell to keep yourself sane. He smiled then, faint and sad. Maybe it is. But it's the truth I live with. Every night, every hour. The queue shifts because people take more than a ride. They take pieces of the timeline that don't belong to them. A sudden noise outside, a shout, distant but urgent, snapped me back. I looked at the driver. You have a choice, don't you? To let people go, or keep them here? His eyes darkened. Choice is an illusion in this job. You step in, you play the game. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. The cab stopped. The driver turned to me, expression unreadable. You don't have to stay. For a long moment, I just sat. The hum of the city outside felt like a pulse beneath the silence. I thought about all the faces I'd seen, friends, strangers, the ones who vanished without a trace. About the way the queue shifted, like a living thing, feeding on moments lost and found. Then I stepped out. The cold air hit me like a shock. Margaret was gone. The taxi next in line pulled forward, engine rumbling low. The queue was shifting again, faces melting into one another like a slow tide. I looked down at my hands, still trembling. For a second I wondered if I'd imagined it all. But the faint smell of coffee and old leather clung to my clothes, stubborn and real. In the following days, I stopped going to the taxi stand. The strange time shifts ceased, or maybe I just stopped noticing. I told myself I'd done what I could, that some mysteries weren't meant to be solved. But sometimes, when the city hums low and the night stretches long, I catch a glimpse of a familiar coat across the street, or a face in the crowd that shouldn't be there. And I remember. I learned that some patterns don't break. They just wait for the next passenger, the next driver, the next ride that takes more than it should. And that's when I understood, horror isn't always about monsters or curses. Sometimes, it's about the spaces between moments, the quiet places where people disappear, not because they're taken, but because they're forgotten. I don't know if I ever really stopped riding those cabs in my mind. Maybe some part of me still waits in that shifting queue, caught between what was and what could never be again. Silence. Complete silence. And then, the distant rumble of an engine. Story 5, Flickering Reflection, Haunting at the Miller Place. The night shift began like any other, the dull hum of the fluorescent lights overhead, the faint scent of diesel and old coffee lingering in the air, and the distant sound of the highway, barely alive at this hour. I clocked in at 8. The first customer usually didn't show up until 10 or 11. That was the routine, long stretches of quiet, punctuated by the occasional wanderer who needed gas, a snack, or just a place to stop and breathe. I liked it, in a strange way, the solitude, the soft glow of neon signs against the dark windows, the way the night seemed to stretch out endlessly, like a secret I was part of. Still, there was always a tension, something just beneath the surface. Maybe it was the isolation, or the fact that this place sat so far from any town that even cell service was spotty at best. Or maybe it was just me, my mind playing tricks after too many hours spent talking only to myself and the occasional radio crackle. I remember the first odd thing happened around midnight. A man came in, middle-aged, dressed in a rumpled dark jacket and faded jeans. His eyes were sharp but tired, like someone who'd been driving for hours without a break. He moved slowly, as if every step weighed him down. I greeted him with the usual, "Evening. Need anything?" He nodded and headed straight for the coffee. As he poured himself a cup, steam curled up in lazy spirals, and the bitter scent hit me, a sharp contrast to the sweet smell of the candy aisle behind him. I watched because something about him felt off. Not threatening, exactly, but not right. When he turned back toward the counter, his hands trembled slightly. I offered a smile, but he didn't return it, just set the cup down and said, "Got any maps of the area?" I asked, gesturing toward the rack by the door. He nodded, eyes darting toward the window as if expecting someone or something to be out there. I handed him a crumpled one, the edges soft from years of handling. "Not much out here beyond the highway and a couple of back roads." "You headed somewhere specific?" He paused, then gave me a thin smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just trying to find the old Miller place. Heard it's empty now." The mention of the house sent a shiver down my spine. Nobody in this part of the state ever went near the Miller place anymore. Stories surrounded it, nothing you find in the news, just local whispers. Abandoned, yes, but more than that. Dangerous, some said. I didn't ask why he was looking. It wasn't my business. Instead, I said, "It's a dead-end road, runs past a creek. You'll want to be careful. The bridge is unstable." He nodded again, slipping a few bills across the counter. "Thanks." As he left, I noticed his reflection in the glass door. For a moment, his image flickered, like a bad TV signal. My stomach tightened. I shook my head, blaming the flicker on the cheap glass or the streetlight outside. The rest of the night passed in the usual slow rhythm. A couple of truck drivers stopped by, their voices low and tired but familiar. I refilled the coffee pot twice, wiped down the counter, and kept an eye on the clock. The radio played old country tunes, songs about lost loves and dusty roads, fitting somehow. Then, just before dawn, the air shifted. The neon sign outside buzzed and flickered, casting erratic shadows on the cracked pavement. I heard footsteps, light but steady, approaching the door from the dark. A woman stepped inside, her coat pulled tight against the cold. She looked younger than the man before, maybe late 20s, with dark hair hanging loose around her face. Her eyes were bright but darting, like she was trying to remember something important and failing. "Hi," she said softly, voice barely above a whisper. "Do you have a phone I can use?" I pointed toward the payphone in the corner. "It's coin-operated. You'll need quarters." She hesitated, then nodded and dug into her pocket. I noticed her hands were shaking, her fingers twitching nervously as she fumbled with the change. While she dialed, I glanced around. The air smelled colder now, sharper, like frost was creeping in despite the heater humming nearby. The woman's voice cracked slightly as she spoke into the receiver, but the line was dead, no dial tone, static only. She hung up, frustration clear on her face. "It's not working." I offered, "Sometimes the line goes out overnight. Cell service is spotty around here, too." She bit her lip. "I'm supposed to meet someone here. He said he'd call." Something about that statement unsettled me. The night was nearly over, and this place wasn't exactly a gathering spot. No one waited around for company at 2 in the morning, not unless they had nowhere else to go. "Did he say who?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shook her head. "Just said come to the station. That's all." Her eyes flicked to the door again, then back to the counter. "I'm worried I got the wrong place." The fluorescent light above buzzed louder, a high-pitched whine that made my ears ring. I rubbed the back of my neck, feeling the rough fabric of my shirt against clammy skin. The woman's gaze was fixed on something outside, or maybe inside her own head. I couldn't tell. "Want some coffee?" I asked, hoping to ease the tension. "It's fresh." She nodded, and I poured a cup, careful not to spill the bitter liquid on the chipped counter. We sat in silence for a few minutes, the only sounds the occasional beep from the register and the distant call of a lone coyote or maybe a dog, hard to say. When she finally spoke again, her voice was quieter, almost a breath. "Do you ever get the feeling? Like things aren't quite right here? Like people say one thing but mean another? Or that time slips, but not like a clock, more like a memory that's just a bit off?" I blinked, startled by the question. It was the kind of thing people only said in movies or late-night conversations you pretend don't matter. "I guess," I said slowly. "Sometimes. It's a lonely place. Makes your head play tricks." She nodded, staring down into her cup. "Yeah. Like someone's messing with the pieces, but you don't know who or why." I wanted to tell her it was just the night, the isolation, fatigue, that silly human tendency to imagine shadows where there are none. But something in her tone made me pause. Outside, the sky was paling with the first hints of dawn. The gas pumps stood silent, their nozzles hanging like forgotten limbs. The flickering neon sign finally steadied, casting a steady red glow over the cracked asphalt. I glanced at the clock. Another hour or so, then my shift would end. The woman stood, smoothing her coat, her eyes still uneasy. "Thanks," she said. "I think I'll wait a little longer." She stepped outside, the door closing softly behind her. I watched her silhouette against the growing light, the way her figure seemed to hesitate before melting into the shadows of the parking lot. And then I noticed it, the reflection in the window. Not her. Someone else. Standing just beyond the edge of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, watching. I blinked. Nothing. Just the empty lot, the humming sign, and the first cold breath of morning. But I knew something had shifted. Something subtle. Something wrong. And I wasn't sure if it was the night, or me. Her question hung in the stale air, heavier than the buzz of the flickering fluorescent light overhead. "Like time slips," she said, "but not like a clock, more like a memory that's just a bit off." I nodded slowly, not sure if I was agreeing or just buying time. The coffee tasted bitter and cold before I even took a sip, but I forced myself to swallow it anyway. Something about her gaze, wide, unblinking, almost desperate, kept me from brushing her off. "I don't know," I said finally, voice rough. "I guess I've noticed some weird stuff. Customers saying things that don't line up. Like they're hiding something." I caught myself before I said it out loud, but she was already leaning in, eyes narrowing. "That's exactly it," she whispered. "People here don't just lie, they twist reality. Make you doubt what you know." She glanced toward the door again, then back. "You're not crazy. You're just starting to see it." I wanted to ask what it was, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I just nodded and watched the shadows shift outside the window. The desert night seemed to press against the glass, silent but watchful. She stood abruptly. "I have to go," she said. "But be careful. Not everyone wants you to notice." And then she was gone, swallowed by the dark road beyond the gas station's flickering neon sign. I was left alone with the hum of the freezer and the steady drip of condensation from the old AC unit. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and dust, a combination that had started to feel too familiar. I rubbed my eyes and shook my head. Maybe I was just tired, too many nights alone, too many hours staring at the same cracked linoleum floor. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling she had planted in my mind. Something was wrong. More than wrong, off, like a badly tuned radio. The next few nights, I started paying closer attention. I wrote down little notes on a scrap of paper behind the counter. Times, strange phrases, odd behaviors. The man who came in at 2:17 a.m. last Thursday claiming his car broke down near the old mill, except when I checked the logs, no such mill existed on any map I had. The woman who bought 3 packs of gum and asked if I'd seen her brother, though she never mentioned a name or gave any details. The kid who stopped in at 3:03 a.m. Twice in one night, something about his story didn't add up, but I couldn't place it. I couldn't tell if I was getting better at noticing or if the weirdness was growing more frequent. One night, a man came in just as the clock hit 1:59 a.m. He was tall, lean, with a hat pulled low over his eyes. He asked for directions to a town I'd only heard of in passing, Jasper's Hollow. I hesitated. The name felt wrong, like it belonged in a storybook, not scribbled on a GPS screen. "There's no Jasper's Hollow around here," I said cautiously. He smiled, thin and cold. "You'd be surprised what people don't know, or don't want to admit." I wanted to ask more, but he paid for a bottle of water and left before I could say another word. The bell above the door jingled sharply, echoing in the empty room. After he left, the air seemed colder. The hum of the fridge grew louder. I pressed my palm against the counter, feeling the chipped surface beneath my trembling fingers. Was I imagining things? Some part of me hoped so. But the notes in my pocket burned against my thigh like a warning. I still can't explain it. I started talking to the few regulars who came by on the night shift, mostly truckers or drifters. I was careful, asking casual questions about the area, the history, the people. Mostly, I got vague answers, shrugged shoulders, or quick changes of subject. One man, a wiry older fellow with a cigarette-stained smile, mentioned something about the way things used to be, but he wouldn't say more. Another woman, eyes darting, warned me to stop digging where you're not supposed to. There was a pattern forming, but it wasn't clear yet. It felt like a puzzle missing several pieces. At home, the silence was worse. The walls seemed to close in, and even the faint hum of the refrigerator felt like noise against the quiet. I tried to sleep but kept waking, heart hammering, skin slick with cold sweat. Sometimes I thought I heard footsteps outside my window, but when I looked, there was nothing but the swaying branches and a lone street lamp casting fractured shadows against the cracked pavement. Under the pale glow of a waning moon, the emptiness of the parking lot swallowed every sound except the rustle of dry leaves skittering across cracked pavement. One morning, I used the word loosely since it was closer to dawn, I found a piece of paper slipped under my door. The handwriting was shaky but deliberate. "Stop looking. It's not safe." No signature. No explanation. I crumpled it, shoved it in my jacket pocket, and went about my day. Yet the note weighed on me like a stone in my gut. Back at the station, the customers kept coming. Their stories grew more tangled, their eyes sometimes flickering with something I couldn't name. When they left, the air felt thicker, like the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, was holding its breath. That night, as the clock neared 4 a.m., I heard a soft tapping at the glass door. I looked up to see the woman from before, her face pale in the dim light, eyes haunted. "I found something," she said, voice barely above a whisper. "You need to see it." She pulled a folded piece of paper from her coat pocket and slid it across the counter. I unfolded it carefully. It was a map, but not like any I'd seen, dozens of places crossed out, names scribbled in the margins, some of them familiar, others not. Near the center, a circle drawn roughly in red ink. "This is where it started," she said. "Where the lies began. If you want to understand, you have to go there." I hesitated, fingers trembling. The night pressed in around us, and the fluorescent light flickered violently for a moment, casting long, twisted shadows. "Why me?" I asked, voice cracking. She looked at me like I was the question she'd been asking herself for years. "Because you're paying attention." The bell above the door jingled again. Someone was coming. I turned slowly, heart pounding, the map clenched tight in my hand. The night was far from over. The hum of the fluorescent light overhead buzzed unevenly, like it was struggling to stay awake, just as much as I was. The clock on the wall ticked past 3 a.m., and the parking lot outside lay drenched in a sickly yellow glow, the cracked asphalt slick from a drizzle that had stopped hours ago. I kept glancing toward the door, half expecting it to swing open, but no one came. Sleep was a stranger that night. Every time I closed my eyes, fragments of those conversations from earlier replayed like a broken record. The old man's cigarette-stained smile, the way he'd muttered about the way things used to be, and the woman's sharp warning to stop digging where you're not supposed to. What did they mean? Who was they, anyway? And why did the silence in my apartment feel like it was swallowing me whole? I rubbed my temples, trying to shake the tension that had knotted there since my shift started, but it wasn't working. Something was wrong. I knew it. But what? The bell above the door jingled sharply, slicing through the stillness. I jumped, heart thudding. A man stepped inside, hands stuffed deep into the pockets of a worn denim jacket, face shadowed under the brim of a baseball cap. He moved slowly, deliberately, like he was making sure I saw him but didn't want to say much. "Gas," he said, voice low and rough. I nodded and punched the numbers in. As the pump clicked on, I tried to catch his eyes, but he kept his head down. The scent of damp earth followed him in, mixed with something faintly metallic like old pennies or rusted bolts. It made me wrinkle my nose. "You look tired," he said suddenly, not a question. Just a statement. I blinked. "Long night." He chuckled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You're new here." "Haven't seen you before." "No, been here a few weeks." "Night shift mostly." "Right," he said, tapping his foot against the concrete. "You get used to it. Or you don't." That got my attention. "What do you mean?" He shrugged, then glanced toward the edge of the parking lot where the shadows thickened. "This place, it changes you. Not the good kind." He started to turn away but stopped. "Watch the stories, kid. They don't add up. Not here." I swallowed. "What stories?" He didn't answer. Instead, he walked out, the bell jangling behind him. I stood there a moment, the cold air from the open door brushing my skin, making the hairs on my arms prickle. His words felt like a warning. But a warning about what? Later, when the next customer came in, a woman with tired eyes and a voice that quivered when she ordered coffee, I noticed something odd. She said she'd been stuck here for hours, waiting for a friend who never showed. When I asked her where she was from, she hesitated, then said, "Just down the road." But something in the way she said it didn't fit with the map I'd memorized. The roads didn't connect like that. Not anymore. I tried to dismiss it. Maybe she was confused, or maybe I was just overthinking. But then the stories started piling up. A trucker told me about a diner that had burned down last year, except I remembered it still open from a trip I took months ago. Another guy swore he'd seen a woman wandering the highway at dawn, asking for a ride. But when I checked the security footage, there was no one there. The strange part? Everyone's memories seemed to shift like sand. One day, a place existed, the next, it didn't. People changed their stories mid-sentence, contradicting themselves as if they were trying to cover something up, or maybe they weren't even aware they were doing it. I started jotting notes on a crumpled receipt, trying to piece it together. The names, the places, the times, they all tangled into a mess I couldn't sort out. I was chasing ghosts. Or maybe they were chasing me. The next morning, I decided to check the security tapes again, hoping for some clarity. The footage from last night showed the usual: cars pulling in, people grabbing snacks or filling up. But then, about 2:45 a.m., the camera caught a figure standing just outside the frame, too tall and still to be anyone familiar. I zoomed in, trying to get a better look, but the screen glitched, the image warping until it was just static. The kind of static that fills the silence with a crackling tension. I felt a cold sweat form along my spine. I shut the monitor off and leaned back in my chair, fingers trembling. The room felt smaller, the corners darker. I thought about quitting, leaving this place and never looking back. But then the phone on the counter rang. The shrill sound startled me, and when I picked it up, there was only silence on the other end. I hung up, heart racing. And then the line clicked back on. Breathing. Slow, steady breathing. Not mine. I slammed the receiver down, my ears ringing. The phone kept ringing. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt glued to the floor. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the loose shingles on the roof. The lights flickered again. I realized then, I wasn't just stuck here. Something was making sure I stayed. There was no going back. No escape. Only forward. And whatever it wasn't done playing games. The clock blinked 2:45 a.m. in dull red digits, slicing through the dim haze of the break room. I sat slouched in the cracked vinyl chair, eyes glued to the security monitor. The grainy footage played on, black and white with the usual flicker, cars pulling up, engines idling, doors opening and closing. But then it happened, a figure stepped into frame near pump 3. A woman, or at least what looked like one. She stood still, staring down the empty highway. No one else around, just her silhouette in the cold light. The thing was, I didn't remember anyone coming in at that time. I squinted, leaning closer, heart picking up a beat. The timestamp on the screen shifted subtly, like the tape itself was hesitating. She turned her head slowly, and for a second, I thought she looked right at the camera. But that was impossible. I rubbed my eyes and rewound the tape, watching again. The woman was gone the moment I blinked. A draft whispered through the cracked window behind me. The office smelled like stale coffee and the faint odor of burnt rubber from the pumps outside. My skin prickled. I shut the monitor off and stood, hands pressed flat against the cool, rough plaster wall. There was no way I was imagining this. The door jingled, and I froze. The bell was sharp, slicing through the quiet like item. I didn't want to turn around, but I had to. A man stepped in. Tall, thin, wearing a threadbare jacket that smelled faintly of cigarettes and damp earth. His eyes were too bright, unnatural, even like he was trying too hard to be friendly. "Hey," he said, voice low, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "You've got a long night ahead." I nodded, swallowing the dry lump in my throat. "You could say that." He moved closer, slow, deliberate. "I hear strange things around here. Stories that don't add up. Like the diner down the road. Burned down, right?" His eyes flicked to mine. "But you know it's still open." I stiffened. How did he know about that? I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. "Yeah," I said, voice tight. "That's what people say." He chuckled, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. "People say a lot of things. But what do you say? What do you see?" A bead of sweat traced down my temple despite the chill. I felt like I was shrinking inside my skin. "I see. Things that don't make sense." He leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. "Maybe you're not seeing the right things." I swallowed hard, heart hammering against my ribs. "What do you mean?" Reality's slippery here, he said, glancing around the empty store like the shadows might be listening. Sometimes you have to chase it down, hold on tight before it slips away. The fluorescent lights above flickered again, casting long, twitching shadows. I glanced at the display of candy bars and chips, their colors bleeding into an odd gray. The man's smile twisted into something closer to a smirk. "Why are you here?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, but there was no real movement in his shoulders. "I'm looking for something lost. Maybe you can help me find it." His words hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, thick and heavy, like the humid breath of a storm about to break. I wanted to ask more, press for answers. But something about him made me hesitate, like stepping closer might pull me into quicksand. Suddenly, the lights went out. Pitch black. Total darkness. My breath hitched. The emergency bulbs kicked on with a sickly yellow glow, revealing the man had vanished. The door was open, swinging slightly in the wind, letting in the cold night air and the faint, distant howl of a dog. I blinked, heart pounding so loud I thought it might burst through my chest. "Hello?" I called, voice cracking. Silence. Complete silence. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter and flicked it on. The beam cut through the gloom, but there was no sign of anyone. No footprints in the dust outside, no car lights down the highway. Just the hum of the gas pumps and the creak of the old building settling. I wanted to convince myself it was a prank or my imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Then my radio crackled to life, static at first, then a voice, muffled but clear. "Don't trust the stories," it said. "They're watching." The radio went dead. I dropped it, hands trembling as the flashlight shook. The room seemed to close in, shadows bending at the edges of my vision. I took a steadying breath, trying to push the panic down. My mind raced, piecing together everything, the shifting memories, the disappearing woman on the tape, the man who vanished into thin air, the cryptic warning on the radio. This wasn't just some random weirdness anymore. The night had settled in for good by the time I flipped the sign on the door to closed. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the thin glass panes of the gas station like a persistent, impatient ghost. For a moment, I just stood behind the counter, listening to the hum of the old fluorescent light overhead, the distant howl of a dog somewhere beyond the highway, and the faint crackle of static from the radio I'd forgotten to turn off. Silence. Complete silence in the store, save for those few persistent noises, and a slow, creeping sense that something had been quietly unspooling all night long. I'd spent the last few hours wrestling with the strange, gnawing feeling that had been growing since my shift began. Customer stories, if you could even call them, that had started slipping through my fingers like smoke. There was the man who claimed he'd been living down the road for 20 years, only to suddenly say he'd just moved in last week. The woman who'd asked for directions to a town that didn't exist on any map I'd ever seen. The kid who told me about a gas station robbery at this exact place 2 nights ago, but the police had no record of it. They all seemed normal enough on the surface, but their words didn't line up. Something was twisting the facts around me, like I was caught in a slow, deliberate game of misdirection. At first, I thought I was losing my mind. Sleep deprivation does that to you, makes the world wobble on its axis and turns the familiar into a funhouse mirror. But then I remembered something else. Something I'd noticed a few nights ago but had pushed aside because it sounded too ridiculous. The clock behind the counter. It always seemed to be running a little fast or slow, never syncing up with the time on my phone. I checked it again now. 10 minutes fast. Or slow. I couldn't be sure. Time itself felt unreliable. I rubbed the back of my neck, the tension knotting up like a fist. I was almost afraid to look out the window, to see if the world beyond the glass was shifting too, like reality was peeling away in thin layers. That's when the bell above the door chimed, sharp and sudden. I whipped my head up, heart jumping. A man stepped inside. Tall, lean, wearing a dark jacket that looked too heavy for the mild night. His eyes caught the dim light of the store like they were searching for something, no, someone. I swallowed hard and forced a smile, though my hands trembled slightly as I reached for the register. "Evening," I said. My voice sounded tired, cracked at the edges. He nodded, eyes flicking to the shelves, then back to me. "You work here alone?" I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah. Night shift. Quiet mostly." He stepped closer, and I noticed the faint scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like old pennies. It made my stomach twist. "Quiet's good," he said softly. "Keeps the real stories from spilling out." I blinked, trying to catch the meaning behind that cryptic sentence. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "People come in, tell you things. Stories that don't quite fit, like pieces from different puzzles shoved into the wrong box." I swallowed again, feeling a bead of sweat roll down my temple despite the chill in the air. "Yeah. I guess I've noticed that." He tilted his head, like weighing me up or down. "You ever wonder why that happens? Why some nights feel like the world's holding its breath?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. The words felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small, crumpled notebook. The pages looked worn, edges frayed. "I write them down," he said, flipping it open. "Stories from people who don't quite remember who they are, or where they came from. Like they're caught in a loop." I looked at the scribbled notes, indecipherable in the low light, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. "Maybe you're not losing your mind," he said quietly. "Maybe it's someone else's game." The words echoed in my head long after he left, leaving behind a faint scent and a lingering unease. I locked the door, checked the windows, and sat down behind the counter. The clock ticked, uneven and uncertain. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it clung tight. By dawn, the horizon was bleeding pink and gold, and the gas station felt like a relic from another world. I stepped outside, breathing in the crisp morning air that smelled of wet earth and pine. My legs were stiff, my skin prickling with exhaustion. I knew I couldn't stay here forever, trapped in this loop of shifting stories and blurred reality. I called my manager from the pay phone outside, the one that still worked, somehow, and told him I needed a break. No details. Just a break. I didn't want to sound crazy. Driving away, I glanced back at the gas station. It looked ordinary in the daylight, the neon sign flickering one last time before fading. But I knew better. That place wasn't just a gas station. It was a crossroads where stories twisted and truths bent like shadows. And maybe, just maybe, I hadn't been losing my mind at all. The road stretched ahead, empty and endless, but I felt a strange calm settle over me. I'd faced the strange and the unsettling, and I'd come out the other side. Not unscathed, but stronger. More certain. I wasn't a prisoner of that night shift anymore. I let the sun warm my face and vowed to never forget what I'd learned in that lonely place, that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts, but the fragile, shifting truths we tell ourselves to hold the world steady. And when those truths start to unravel, all you can do is hold on tight and keep moving forward. The gas station disappeared behind me, swallowed by the morning light. I didn't look back again. Story 6, Memory Hauntings, Lost Items Come Alive. I never thought I'd end up volunteering at a place called the Repository of Lost Things. It was late afternoon when I first walked inside. The air hit me like a cold draft from an open window on a winter morning, sharp and a little damp. The place smelled faintly of old paper and mildew, with a hint of something metallic underneath, like rust or maybe the residue of broken things. The kind of smell that sticks in your nose long after you leave. The light inside was dim, mostly natural, filtering through grimy windows, pooling in uneven patches across the floor. A single overhead bulb buzzed softly, struggling to stay alive. "I'm here for the orientation," I said to the woman behind the desk. She looked up from a ledger, glasses perched on the edge of her nose. Her eyes were tired but kind, like someone who had seen too many forgotten stories. "Right," she said, tapping a pen against the desk. "Name? Elliot. Elliot Marsh." My voice sounded too loud in the quiet room, which made me want to shrink back or at least lower it. "Good to have you. We'll start you off with cataloging. That's where most volunteers begin." She handed me a clipboard with a list of items and codes. "The work's simple. Just keep track, don't misplace anything." Simple, I thought. That was the word that kept echoing in my head. The repository was exactly what it claimed to be, a place where lost belongings were stored, waiting for someone to claim them. Keys, watches, photographs, letters, a scattering of old jewelry. Each item was carefully labeled, boxed away in rows of metal shelves that climbed halfway up the walls. It felt like being inside a giant filing cabinet, but one holding pieces of other people's lives. I spent the first hour going through the inventory, marking things off, noting condition. The air turned cooler as the sun dipped lower, and the light softened, casting long shadows behind the shelves. The quiet was almost complete except for my footsteps and the occasional creak of the building settling. Somewhere outside, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, then silence. I paused at a small box labeled Box 47. Inside was a faded photograph of a woman smiling, her eyes crinkled with genuine happiness. I traced the edges with my finger, feeling the rough texture of old paper. It was strange, the way something so ordinary could feel so intimate. Like a secret you weren't supposed to know. I caught myself wondering about her story. Who was she? Did she miss this photo? Did she know it was here? I shook my head, pushing the thought away with a small laugh. I wasn't here to get sentimental. Later, as I moved deeper into the maze of shelves, I found a pair of reading glasses folded neatly on a shelf labeled unclaimed. They looked expensive, the kind someone might wear to hide behind their eyes, or maybe to see the world a little clearer. I picked them up, feeling the cool metal frame against my palm. The lenses were smudged, but not broken. I cleaned them on my shirt. A sudden noise made me jump. Somewhere behind me, a box slid off a shelf and hit the floor with a muted thud. Heart pounding, I spun around. Nothing. Just shadows and dust motes drifting in the weak sunlight. I bent down and picked up the box. It was lighter than I expected. The label was torn, but I could just make out a name, J. Reynolds. I opened it carefully. Inside was a folded letter, yellowed with age, and a silver locket cold to the touch. I hesitated, then unfolded the letter. The handwriting was neat, the ink faded but legible. "I hope you find this someday. I never meant for it to be lost." The words caught in my throat. I folded the letter back and closed the box. Why would someone leave something like this behind? And why did it feel like I was intruding on a private moment? I put the box back on the shelf, but the unease lingered. I told myself I was overthinking. It was just an old letter and a locket. Nothing more. By the time I finished my shift, the sun had fully set, and the street outside was cloaked in shadows. The street lights buzzed on, one after another, their light pooling on cracked sidewalks and faded storefronts. I locked up the repository and stepped out into the cool night air. The smell of rain was in the wind, fresh and sharp. As I walked away, I glanced back at the building. The windows were dark now, the dim bulb inside finally extinguished. The place looked almost ordinary in the moonlight. Just a forgotten building on a forgotten street. I told myself I'd come back tomorrow. I had volunteered for this to keep busy, to do something different, not to stir up old ghosts. I didn't believe in ghosts anyway. Not real ones. But as I walked home, the letter's words echoed in my mind. I hope you find this someday. I never meant for it to be lost. What if some things weren't meant to be found? A chill ran down my spine, but I pushed forward, telling myself curiosity was stronger than fear. The night air was colder than I remembered when I woke up. I couldn't shake the image of that small, worn photograph tucked inside the ledger, the edges frayed, the colors faded to sepia. The woman's eyes were sharp, almost accusing. I was certain she wasn't just some forgotten stranger. She was someone's everything. By mid-morning, I found myself back on the street where the repository sat, staring up at its peeling paint and grimy windows. The place looked less like a building and more like a wound in the neighborhood, something that had been stitched up too many times but still bled. I pulled open the heavy door, the hinges groaning like they'd been disturbed after years of silence. Inside, the familiar scent of dust and old paper hit me first, followed by something else, a faint metallic tang. Blood? No, I told myself. Not here. Not yet. But the thought lingered uncomfortably, like a shadow just out of sight. I made my way to the back room where the boxes were stacked, the repository's true art. I pulled on gloves, thin latex, the kind you find at a clinic, and flipped open the ledger. The pages were brittle, almost translucent, but the handwriting was clear enough. Names, dates, brief descriptions. Lost umbrellas, forgotten toys, a cracked wristwatch, a pair of reading glasses. But something else was buried in the notes. Scrawled in the margins, almost illegible, were what looked like addresses and phone numbers. Some had question marks beside them. Others were crossed out entirely. I ran a finger down the page, stopping at a name I'd seen the night before, Marjorie Lang. The woman in the photograph. The ledger said she'd left behind a small box of letters, but there was no address, just a scribbled note, "Do not return." Danger. I stared at the words, the paper trembling slightly beneath my fingertips. Danger. What kind of danger? And who had written that? Marjorie herself, or someone who knew her story? I needed more. I had to find out what was really going on here. As I flipped through the boxes, I found another item, a child's worn-out baseball glove, its leather cracked and softened with age. Inside, folded carefully, was a note in childish scrawl, "For when I'm brave enough to come home." The glove belonged to a boy named Tommy Willis. The ledger said he'd disappeared 5 years ago, right after his mother had checked in a bundle of belongings. Disappeared. The word hit me harder than I expected. It wasn't just about lost things anymore. These were pieces of people's lives, of their memories, yes, but they were also clues. Clues to fractures and fractures that ran deeper than forgotten keys or misplaced scarves. I took my phone out and dialed the number next to Tommy Willis's entry. It rang twice before a woman answered, her voice tight and wary. Hello? Hi, I'm calling about Tommy Willis. I'm volunteering at the repository of lost things, and I found some of his belongings. There was a pause, then a sharp intake of breath. Why are you calling me? Who told you to reach out? No one told me, I said quickly. I thought you might want to know. The line went silent for a moment. Then the woman said, Please don't. It's better if you don't dig. Why? What happened to him? I can't talk about it. The voice cracked. Please, just leave it alone. I hesitated. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cause trouble. She hung up before I could say anything else. The sudden click of the call ending felt heavier than the silence that followed. I sat back and rubbed my temples. Tension bloomed behind my eyes. This was no random collection of forgotten items. Someone was scared. Someone had secrets they wanted buried. I glanced out the window. The sky was turning a bruised purple, the first hint of a storm rolling in. Thunder muttered in the distance. The street outside was nearly empty, save for a stray cat darting behind a dumpster. I didn't want to believe I was stepping into something dangerous. But the warning in the ledger, the woman's voice on the phone, they were impossible to ignore. Back in the storage room, I pulled out a small cassette tape labeled only with a date, June 15th, 1987. The repository had an old tape player tucked away in the corner. I plugged it in, dust motes swirling in the fading light as I pressed play. A woman's voice filled the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, soft, trembling, almost a whisper. If anyone finds this, please understand. I'm afraid. They've been watching me for weeks. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but every time I turn around, there's someone there. I've hidden the things that matter. If I disappear, it's because I finally couldn't run anymore. Static crackled and then silence. My hands trembled, and I swallowed hard. This wasn't about lost gloves or forgotten letters. This was a cry for help buried beneath layers of dust and time. I knew I couldn't stop now. Not if someone's life depended on it. The storm outside broke, then a sudden burst of cold rain against the windows, rattling the glass. The lights flickered and dimmed, the old building groaning like it was waking from a long sleep. A knock. Sharp. Insistent. My breath caught. I wasn't alone. I crept toward the door, heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic drum. The knock came again, slower this time, deliberate. Hello? I called, my voice small. No answer. I inched closer, peering through the peephole. The hallway was empty, slick with wet footprints leading away. I stepped outside, the rain soaking through my jacket. The street was deserted. The only sound was the distant wail of a siren, fading fast into the night. I closed the door and locked it, but the unease wouldn't leave me. Whoever or whatever was out there wasn't done with the repository. And neither was I. The lights flickered again, once, twice, before settling into a low, uneven glow that made the shadows in the corners deepen. That knock. The way it had come, sharp, insistent, then slow and deliberate, was still ringing in my ears. A message, maybe. Or a warning. I tried to shake it off, but my skin prickled, as if the building itself was watching me. I turned back to the table where I'd left the letters. The stack was smaller now, but heavier with the weight of what they meant. This wasn't just a collection of forgotten things. It was a tangled web of lives, secrets, and mistakes stretching out in every direction. And me? I was right in the middle of it. I sat down again, the chair creaking beneath me. My fingers traced the edges of one of the letters, its paper fragile and rough against my skin. The handwriting was jagged, hurried, someone desperate to be heard. I'd found a name on the envelope, Eleanor. No last name. No address. Just a plea buried in ink. Why had no one come for these things? Or worse, had someone tried and been stopped? The thought made my throat tighten. I glanced around the room, half expecting to see a shadow shift or a face pressed against the window. Nothing but the rain and the relentless hum of the flickering lights. I made a decision. I tracked down Eleanor. That night stretched out, the storm making every sound sharper, every creak and groan in the building louder. At one point, I swore I heard footsteps in the hallway, far too deliberate to be the wind. I froze. Listened. Nothing. Just my own ragged breathing echoing back at me. Sleep was impossible. I kept thinking about the letters, their words like fragments of someone's soul torn out and left to rot in this place. And about the knock. Someone knew I was here. Someone wanted to make sure I didn't stop. By morning, exhaustion had settled into my bones. Yet I felt a strange, stubborn resolve. I couldn't back out now. Not without knowing what was really going on. I pulled on my jacket and stepped outside. The city was waking, gray and wet, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick with the lingering scent of rain and cold asphalt. I headed to the public records office, clutching the letter as if it might dissolve in my hands. Hours passed like a slow crawl, the harsh fluorescent lights of the records office buzzing overhead. I flipped through microfiche and brittle documents, my eyes stinging from the effort. Finally, I found it, a faint listing for an Eleanor Madsen, last known address somewhere on the east side, years ago. No current information. No forwarding address. Just a trail growing colder by the minute. Later, back at the repository, I was startled to find the door ajar. Not just unlocked, but wide open, swinging slightly on its hinges. My heart slammed against my ribs. Who had been here? Had they been looking for me? For the letters? I stepped inside cautiously. The air was colder, sharper. I noticed something else, a faint smell of cigarette smoke, stale and acrid, hanging heavy in the air. The kind of smoke you don't expect in a place like this. The table where I'd left the letters was disturbed. One envelope was missing. I sank into the chair, my hands trembling. If someone else knew about Eleanor, about the repository's collection, what did they want? And why had they come now? I thought about the knock again. The wet footprints outside. The flickering lights. The way the building seemed to breathe around me, alive with quiet menace. There was no turning back. I called the only person I'd met who might understand, Marla, the archivist who'd first recruited me. Her voice on the phone was calm, but I caught the hint of something else, something tight and urgent. "You're in deeper than you think," she said. "The repository isn't just a storage room. It's a trap. Once you start pulling at these threads, people notice. And some of them don't want the past disturbed." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. "What do you mean? Who are these people?" "Not who. What? They're the ones who make sure the items stay lost. Because if they get returned, well, sometimes the consequences aren't just inconvenient. They're dangerous. Irreversible." Her words echoed in my mind. The realization hit me hard. Returning these fragments of identity wasn't just about closure or kindness. It risked unraveling lives, sometimes violently, sometimes quietly but permanently. I pictured Eleanor again, the frantic handwriting, the silent scream hidden in the letter's folds. And now, the missing envelope. Who had taken it? To protect someone? Or to stop me? The storm outside had eased, but inside, the repository felt colder than ever. The shadows seemed to press in, not with something supernatural, but with the weight of human fear and secrets. I checked the exits. Locked. The ancient locks clicked reassuringly, but the thought struck me like a slap. I wasn't free to leave. Not yet. Because somewhere, in the rain-soaked city, someone was watching. Waiting. And the moment I stepped away from the repository, the fragile balance would shatter. There was no turning back now. Not for me. Not for Eleanor. Not for anyone whose story had been swallowed by time. The phone buzzed on the table. I glanced at it. Marla's name. I hesitated, then answered. "Listen carefully," she said, voice low. "You don't know everything yet. But if you want to keep going, you need to trust me. And you need to be ready to lose more than you expected." The line went dead. The lights flickered. Silence. Complete silence. The silence stretched long after the line went dead, as if the room itself had swallowed Marla's warning whole. Locked in. The thought repeated, each syllable heavy in my mind. I wasn't going anywhere. Not until I figured out who was watching. Who had taken the item from Eleanor's box. The same person who'd shut the doors behind me. I glanced around the room, the shadows growing deeper in the corners, swallowing the edges of the tall shelves stacked with countless forgotten lives. The faint smell of damp plaster mixed with old paper and something else, like burnt coffee grounds left out too long. It made my throat tighten. The storm outside had finally quieted, but the city's heartbeat was audible through the thin walls, distant sirens, a dog barking somewhere far off, the irregular patter of water dripping from a leaky gutter. It was a lullaby that felt more like a warning. I stood and moved toward the entrance, fingers tracing the cold iron bars of the lock. Solid. Immovable. The kind of lock meant to keep something or someone in. My pulse quickened. I should have called for help when I had the chance. But to whom? Marla's voice was the only connection to the outside world, and now it was gone. "Okay," I muttered to the empty room. "Think." My breath came out in misty puffs. The temperature must have dropped at least 10 degrees since I'd arrived. I wrapped my arms tighter around myself, leaning against the wall. The plaster there was rough and cold, flaking in tiny pieces at my touch. The thing about fear in places like this is that it doesn't always announce itself with a pounding heart or a racing head. Sometimes it creeps in quietly, settling in your bones until you can't tell if you're cold or just afraid. I tried to focus on what I knew. Eleanor's item, the faded photograph clipped to a piece of old cardboard, was gone. Whoever had taken it had done so with purpose. But why? What was so dangerous about a simple photograph? I took a step back, eyes scanning the shelves, the piles of boxes, the dusty envelopes. There was something else, though, a sound I hadn't noticed before. A faint shuffle. Almost imperceptible, like a breath against the other side of the room. My head snapped toward the noise. Nothing. Just shadows. But the hairs on my neck prickled. Someone was here. I could feel it. Not just the lingering presence of lost memories, but a real, breathing person, watching. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my mouth suddenly unbearable. The sound came again, soft footsteps, careful and slow. Someone was moving through the maze of forgotten things like a ghost with a purpose. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, too loud in the sudden silence. No answer. I stepped cautiously toward the noise, each footfall muffled by the thick carpet. My hands trembled, not from cold anymore, but something deeper. A primal alertness that made my skin crawl. I rounded a stack of boxes and froze. A figure stood there, half hidden in the shadows. A man, I guessed, tall and lean, face obscured by the dim light. He didn't move. Just watched me. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly, voice low and steady. Neither of us moved for a moment. The tension tightened between us like a wire pulled taut. "Why are you here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took a slow step closer, the faint scent of cigarettes and something metallic drifting toward me. The room seemed to grow colder. Because some things are better left lost, he said. And you're about to make a mistake. I wanted to laugh, nervous, bitter, but it caught in my throat. The threat wasn't in his words. It was in the way he said them, like a quiet warning that promised consequences far worse than anything physical. Who are you? I said, voice barely above a whisper. Someone who's been watching. Who knows what happens when the past is dragged into the light. His eyes glinted in the dimness. You don't understand what you're dealing with. I did, though. At least, I thought I did. The repository wasn't just a place for forgotten things. It was a vault of secrets. Some of them dangerous. Some of them better left sealed away. My hands clenched into fists. I'm not leaving until I find Eleanor's photograph. And I'm not afraid of you. His lips twitched into something like a smile. You will be. The lights flickered again, plunging us both into sudden darkness. I blinked, trying to adjust. When the light returned, he was gone. Gone. I spun around, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. The room felt even colder, the shadows deeper and more alive. My breath came in quick bursts. The lock on the door remained solid, mocking. I was trapped. But more than that, I was alone. Or was I? The sound of something sliding across the floor made me whip around. A box shifted just a few inches from where it had been. I didn't see anyone move. But the movement was deliberate. I swallowed hard, stepping back, hands searching for something, anything to defend myself with. The edge of a box, the corner of a shelf. My fingers grazed a stack of papers, their rough edges sharp beneath my touch. Show yourself, I called out, voice trembling despite myself. Silence. And then, a whisper, not from a person, but from a voice recording, crackling from somewhere nearby. An old tape player. I didn't remember seeing one before. I followed the sound, heart racing. The tape player sat on a dusty table, the reel spinning slowly. I knelt and pressed stop. The room fell silent again. But the words lingered in my mind. You don't know what you're messing with. Returning fragments of a life isn't just about memory. It's about control. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Control. The word stuck with me, heavy and sharp. And suddenly, it clicked. The missing photograph wasn't just a memory lost. The repository smelled of dust and damp plaster, like an old attic that hadn't been opened in years. A faint, sour tang hung in the stale air, the kind that seeps into your clothes and settles in your skin. I pulled my cardigan tighter around me, the threadbare fabric thin against the chill that crept through the cracked windows. The fluorescent light above flickered annoyingly, buzzing like a trapped insect in the silence. I sat at the long folding table near the center of the room, a pile of returned items spread out before me. Each one was a quiet echo of a life I disturbed, a sliver of someone's story that I peeled back like bark on a tree. And now, after all the cataloging and the uneasy conversations, the weight of what I'd done pressed down like a cold stone on my chest. I picked up the chipped porcelain figurine, a ballerina with a cracked ankle, its tiny face chipped but still stubbornly serene. This was the first item I'd returned, to an elderly woman named Mrs. Caldwell. She'd taken it with trembling hands and whispered a thank you, but her eyes had held something else, something like fear. I hadn't understood then. I do now. Each thing I'd returned had unraveled a thread somewhere else, pulling taut the fragile fabric of a life I couldn't see. The coat I'd returned to a man named Harold wasn't just a coat. It was his father's, the one Harold had sworn never to wear after a bitter argument that had never been resolved. When Harold took it back, his face went blank, like a wound reopening. He told me he might not come back to the repository. I didn't blame him. The truth I'd been avoiding settled over me fully now. These weren't just lost objects. They were lost parts of people, and I had no idea what would happen when those parts were forced back into place. Some things, I realized, were better left lost. A sudden noise broke my reverie, a soft shuffle near the far corner of the room. I wasn't alone. The door creaked open and Anna stepped inside, her eyes quick and unreadable in the low light. She shut the door behind her, the sound sharp and deliberate. "You're still here," she said softly, crossing the room. Her voice had the careful edge she used when she didn't want to reveal too much. "I couldn't leave," I said, running a hand through my hair. "Not yet." She nodded, eyes flicking to the scattered items. "I wanted to talk about what you've been doing. About the returns." I swallowed hard. "It's more complicated than I thought." She perched on the edge of the table, her fingers tapping a restless rhythm. "You're not the first to notice. The repository isn't just a forgotten museum. It's a repository for memories, yes, but also for regrets, guilt, and sometimes pain." Her words felt like a mirror held up to my face. I thought of the faces I'd seen, the old woman clutching the figurine, Harold's vacant stare, the young woman who'd wept when I returned a faded photograph. Each return had been a rupture. Why keep it all? I asked. Why hold on to things that hurt people? Anna's gaze was steady. Because sometimes, people aren't ready to face their past. The repository keeps those fragments safe until they are. But what if they never are? I said, voice low. She shrugged. Then they stay lost. A silence settled between us, thick and uncomfortable. I looked down at the items again, fingers tracing the rough edges of a worn leather wallet. When I first volunteered, I thought I was just helping organize forgotten things. Now, I saw the danger in that kindness, the way it could pry open wounds better left closed. I returned the music box to that woman, I said quietly. The one who cried. Anna's eyes darkened. That music box belonged to her daughter. She lost her years ago, but the memory of her was safe in the box. Returning it stirred up everything: grief, guilt, anger. She might never recover. I pressed my lips together. So, what now? Do we stop returning things? No, Anna said firmly. We don't get to decide who's ready. The repository isn't about controlling pain. It's about giving people a chance to confront it if they want to. I looked up at her, the weight in my chest growing heavier but somehow less suffocating. Maybe that was what this place was for, not just storage, but confrontation. Forced or otherwise. Later, when Anna left, I stayed behind. The room felt colder, emptier, but also quieter than before. I took a deep breath, tasting the faint metallic tang of old paper and dust in the air. My fingers hovered over the pile of returned items, hesitant to touch them again. I thought about the lives tangled up in these objects, the silenced voices, the hidden regrets, the fragile hopes. I thought about my own life, the parts I'd lost or ignored, and what it would mean to face them. The sun was setting outside, casting a dull orange glow through the grimy windows. Shadows stretched long across the floor, creeping like slow fingers. I packed up my notebook and stood, the scrape of my chair loud in the stillness. On the way out, I paused at the door, looking back at the repository one last time. It was more than a room full of lost things. It was a threshold between forgetting and remembering, safety and pain, silence and truth. I locked the door behind me. The cold night air hit my face, sharp and real. I didn't know what would come next. None of us did. But I knew this much: some losses aren't meant to be undone lightly. And some identities, once shattered, can't be pieced back together without breaking something else. Walking away, I felt the weight of the lost things trailing behind me, a quiet reminder that some pieces of ourselves are safest left undiscovered. But maybe, just maybe, that was the point.